The lavish, huh? Was. Ha ha ha.
Out of here. Over here, huh? Oh. 5 minutes.
Training is over. Time to see what you have learned.
Deliberately disobeyed. All right, we're going. Baby. Over there?
Yep. Alright. I'm good there.
I'm gonna have to glide over this first city here to make it. I don't want to talk about it.
So you're good, man. Did you just pass out, right? You're good.
Evade and survive.
Oh, do we want to grab his contract to put a little bit
Grab
of
that
cash in
safe
our pockets?
cracker, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh shit, it's up top.
Grab it then.
Trying to figure it out. Oh,
Grab it.
Here I go. I got it. today. Am I blind? We definitely got company. What the fuck? Where's it at? I looked on top. I don't know, dudes.
You're getting hunted.
couldn't
That's
find
why.
it.
That's why they know.
I couldn't find it.
We'll get you. We'll get you.
I looked everywhere for it. I couldn't find it. It's alright. I'll be back.
Positive ID. Stronghold. Locations are marked on your attack map. Your squad mates has entered the pool. Surviving earns you redeploy.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing? PC 99.
Easy peasy, Japanesey.
Got one. Room's down.
Where?
I don't know, but he's dead. I don't know where the other one is.
Still outside the safe zone.
Fuck, he got me. Damn it.
Your squad mate was broken. They are no longer with us.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna land out here. Stashes.
Find cover. Enemy UAV active.
Shit.
Where?
Fuck!
What the fuck? You already grabbed the stashes? Whoa.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Coming to me.
I'm a sitting duck.
Why don't you chase after them, bro? What the fuck? What the fuck you doing? I just sat there and watched them.
Dude, fucking hearing. You know what? I'm just gonna mute. I feel like just muting everybody on every fucking game on this because I don't like hearing them. When I'm in a gun battle and shit, I'll be like talking in my ear and shit while they're dead. Like, if you're dead, shut the fuck up. Man. I don't want to think about how you died. I don't want to think about how you were a sitting duck. I can't do shit about it, man. You're adding to the fucking stress of the moment, which is making it harder for me to concentrate, right? Why do that to your teammate? Just shut the fuck up! Oh man, glad to hear it, ET. Hope you're not going to get any charges for it. Like, I didn't want to hear those people talk anymore. There's teammates that talk too much sometimes. They're just saying too much, man. Oh, I gotta get my... Hey, Slarm, welcome back, man. Hey, happy Friday. Are we getting fatter today? I know I am. I'm not actually on Twitch. It's a lie. I'm not on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm going over here away from you guys. I don't give a shit. I'm going over here. I'm fucking Rambo. I'll chop a motherfucker up. You want to come at me? I want to chop a parachuter up. Shit, or not. This sauce. You don't know when it's sauce, dog. Come on outside. Man, you're all supposed to go over there and die and shit.
That's Diane.
Now.
I'm gonna squish you while you're close enough. Man. I'm gonna squish you. Get over here. Get over here. You ready to get squished, boy? You ready to get squished? Huh? Are you ready for this squishing? That's why you're hiding in the corner. Let's see. Why don't you just take your squishing? I'll find you.
There's one up here to the left. He fucking ran.
To play a game. Thought we were all gonna die there for real. Because I didn't have a gun. And
located multiple strongholds.
so what's going on, fellas? It's Friday. Y'all do anything?
Head to the safe zone now.
Marksman rifle here.
Copy that. UAV is on station.
Enemy soldier incoming. Sighted here.
UAV is copy. Recon is online. Location.
What? Man, that's some bullshit. We were inside.
Fight through the chain.
Oh, that is the window. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh, you would shoot at me, you fucking pussy. The one that needs a fucking satchel. Fucking, really, dude? The one fucking person that needs a fucking armor satchel, he just starts pinging. Oh, this game is so fucking frustrating, dude. It makes me want to punch shit every time I play it. What's time is left on my thing? Already gone. All minute. Hey Lee, you doing, man? You playing? Cheers, man. Alright, I'm here. Here if you want. Happy to have you. Randoms are miserable playing with, dude. What's up, dude? How you doing, dude? X in the house, dude. Dude, this is supposed to taste like marshmallows, maybe? Maybe. Oh. Marshmallow OG. I don't taste the marshmallow. Well, there was somebody last night that was in stream. His name was the Polish Drunk. I think play too. Had him somehow. I don't know where he's at. PSN. Oh man. I really want to taste marshmallow. Oh, alright, man. No worries. Oh, maybe I could, like, if I really put myself into the marshmallow eating time. Faintly. How you would do that? I don't know. I've tasted weed, dude. It doesn't really taste like a marshmallow. Because I've tasted weed that tastes like a blueberry, and it really tastes like a blueberry, and it was like smelled like a blueberry. It was like there's like there are a lot of fruity weeds that do that. Marshmallow though. Not even a burnt marshmallow. Mm, 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 mm. Overpressurized. Ooh. Oh, that's hot. Oh man, I need a 50 magnum. This fucking thing. Bop. Ooh, I didn't have to take anything off. Really? Damn. Oh, now that thing's gonna be pretty boss. Alright, let's see what we got. Bop. Ooh, quick style. Damn, a 50 round clip. Hold up. What can I. Boo! I got all this unlocked? How is that? I must have used this gun a lot, dude. Mobility and handling could be way quicker. And it's going to be jumping all over the place. I'll probably keep it that one. Hold on, we got on here. Suppression. Go control. That one. Ooh. Range and damage. Less handling. I might. That one actually, a little more range on it, a little less handling. Oh yeah, we didn't fine tune that bad boy. I can't put anything else on it though. Alright. Hey, it's my fine if you leave. 16 minutes. Oh, dang, trippy. Long. This doesn't really help me that much. I might just take this off. Or I think I'll get more recoil control and accuracy from that. Accuracy and recoil control gets increased versus recoil control only accuracy being decreased. I'm going to put the front grip on instead. Why did mobility and handling get brought down so much? Oh, because the... yeah, I know, because this is on it. Try that out. Way more accuracy, recoil control, and a little bit more range. I'll try this one out. As far as this, though, it's gonna be time. It's perfect, dude. It's gonna be time to play with this on. Oh yeah, because I would definitely want to put, if I can. Dang, I don't have enough unlocked for it. Silence it. Range, damage, accuracy, ooh, bad take off. Ooh, I can put, that doesn't help. I want to leave the accuracy of that. Yeah. I don't have any camo unlocked for it. I've only gotten 2 kills with it. Jeez. That's because I keep knocking people and they get brought back, right? Yeah, I've only knocked 2 people. I gotta knock one. On this knock. It says only 2 on this one too. Oh man, how's everything unlocked then? There's 2. Where are they? Two of 1,202. Oh, they're there. Guess everybody has those two. Yeah, there's some good people that come through here. They gotta be put up with my shit. Sorry. That's right, I have to have this one on so I can have the two primaries. Go equipment further, I didn't know I could do that. See a preview. Oh, that's not normal. Okay. Bonus for spot enemy equipment. Field upgrades and kill streets, 3 walls. Aiming, sights, highlights. Hack enemy claymores. Oh, I didn't know I could hack enemy claymores with the walls with my perk is survivor. Enemies are down, you get automatically pinged. Oh, that's neat. I didn't know that stuff happened. I'm a weapons specialist. I think I have to do that one. Unless another one has overkill. Locked in there. Alright. Ted in the house. Ted. Tom's cat. Crazy cat lady. Lee Hanson. It's far for this gun. He goes to 150 pretty fast. Man, I was barely over him. No drop at all in this thing. Right there, I'm barely over him. Longer range, man. It's barely off right there, dude. I was like right there. what it is. Needs a different scope on it. Out of here. Let me out of here. How do I get out of here? I don't know. How do I get out of this room, dude? I know. This one better than that other one. Yeah. How many hard shots? Yo, art. What? I need. I had people on here. What? A number or something? Not have numbers. Your Activision names have numbers. Are you PlayStation or Activision? You should have an Activision number then. I use PlayStation, but I have an Activision number. Activision name. Right? It's the same, right? Because my PlayStation is John Doe 1980 with no H. I don't know how to add your play or your it only says search in PlayStation Network friends. I have to invite you now. I don't. Allow me to join. Hey, bud.
Yo, what's up, bro? Hello, hello.
You can hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Chilling, man. Already getting tired of this
I'm
game.
doing good, thanks.
That's bad.
Yeah, well, I've got that Rebirth one coming up, so that's something to look forward to.
What's that?
on the next season, the 15th of February.
It'll be
And
free.
they're bringing out the Resurgence map.
Hang on.
I've been waiting for that.
Cool.
I kind of like the Rebirth more than I did the BR, to be honest.
Yeah. I didn't play much Modern Warfare. Blackout I would play Alcatraz, but I kind of steered away once Modern Warfare came out. You got control of the button.
For this one though, this one I find with with Warzone 2, man, like it's hard to get dubs.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
For that. Yeah, you got the button, you got the trigger to get us in there.
Oh, okay. Doing duos or doing quad, Phil?
Whichever, man. Whatever you feel like. Doesn't matter to me.
Let's have a look at duos first. Yeah, that place. I'm loving this Fennec build I've got at the moment now.
The what?
I've got a Fennec build for the Fennec, and it can kill people for up to 80 meters away.
It's the submachine gun?
Yeah, it's submachine gun SMG. Right at the end of the page, the Fennec 45. I've got it maxed out, and I can tune it up and everything and that, so it's kind of like a bit OP. I've been using this, one of my mates gave me this build for, what was it? The Lichman 5.56. It's a assault rifle. He's been using that and kind of ass kicking.
I just put mine together randomly. A special build. Let's hope for the best. I found all the parts in a box.
I was playing with Rio yesterday, and I was the last one alive. I come back from the gulag and my game crashed. And I had the money as well to buy it all back, but the fucking game crashed, and I was like...
Is it almost over?
It was, yeah. Top 10. Yeah, so the gulag had just closed as I got kicked out. this one. Oh, there's somebody over there as well. Let's fight then. We'll have to fight you.
Targets are up. Get to work.
Oh, fuck.
Zalo. Mrtvý?
You caught me in a fucking rat.
Ja sa zabil.
Your squad entered the Gulag. Surviving earns them redeployment. Stronghold. Targets are marked under attack. Squad is CIA.
Rat.
Pravda, že ty
Fucking
kokos.
killed me.
To je strašný hľad na
Died
toho.
straight away, you did.
Odkiaľ, čo, kde? Ty počúvam, ale tak zabíjam a ty pekne.
Enemies are stealing my intel!
Kokotina dobrá, ale...
I think that was the guy that was, yeah, that's the guy.
There was another one right.
Yeah. That got me. That was.
Last time on today on this, I can tell. I don't want to play.
Maybe it's solo Gulags one, I'm sorry, but.
Double si debil. Ono si gej. Tak.
Hello. I'm gonna be sweaty.
Good beating. Back to base with you. They hit.
Didn't like that gun there that I picked up.
Yeah,
Right,
I'll
machine
fight
gun.
with this one, dude. One more.
Oh, okay.
I'm not feeling it, dude. I'm just fucking on the game. Don't want to play anymore. Over it. So just shut it all down for the day. Fucking fuck you, chat. Looking over there all the fucking time, ain't nobody saying shit. Fuck you. Breaking my neck looking at that shit. Like for me to fucking be here. Whatever, dude. Just no point for me fucking being here if the fucking chat's dead. Shut the shit down. I'm doing it after this game. Sorry, I don't. Whatever. Take it personal. It's how it is. It's how it is, man. Fucking chat ain't moving. There's less than 10 people here. It's time for me to fucking go. If it's both of them, for sure, time to go. I mean, I don't need to sit here wasting my fucking whole day. I got shit that I could be doing. I got a life, you know? You just think I'm a complete loser or something. You want me to sit here all day doing nothing. And if that's all fine and dandy, if there's something happening in chat, like there's some conversation and like people are gonna know each other or something, but if that shit's dead, I'm wasting my time all around. I'm not helping anybody. Y'all are helping me waste my time at that point for no reason. I broke one of their shields. Oh, they're not together. They're not together. Those are two enemies. I broke one of their shields too, so I'm dead.
I'm in this building next door. I got a weapon I found on the roof. Let's grab it. Yeah, it's still on that roof. He's on that roof now. Oh,
Why is this one see that?
To fight to earn redeployment.
Ist egal, die kennen uns eh nicht.
Holy shit, this game sucks. And making us wait all the time, dude. That part of the game is the worst.
Weil da eigentlich nichts passiert so richtiges, aber...
Fuck you, dirty rats, man. What the fuck? I always get this shit off TV.
beide low, ne?
Oh my god!
GG's.
Every day, dude.
Yeah, same thing.
Thanks for the game.
Yeah, no.
Why is it redeploying me? What is this shit? I'm gone. Okay. Stupid fucking game. It's so stupid. So stupid. I don't wanna ever do it again. Actually. It's torture playing that fucking game, dude. They should pay people. I feel like I went through some shit. I want to take everything off. I want to go take a fucking shower. Fuck. So angry. I'm so fucking angry that the game. It makes me so fucking angry. It makes me want to flip this desk up and just fucking everything. Fuck it up. Fuck it. Why do people play it? I really don't. They hate themselves. That people hate themselves, so they put themselves into that torture fucking pit. Man, it sucks so much. It doesn't matter if you're playing with somebody you know or not. That game sucks no matter what. You have to be drunk, possibly. Maybe if I was drunk, I might be okay with playing it. Maybe. The wait times, I think, is what does it, dude. The constant wait times. Like, you die, and you have to wait so long before you get to play again. You know what I mean? That's fucking ridiculous. Like, you can't even watch your teammates play. You know, like, if you die in Fortnite, you don't get separated from your team instantly and have to go somewhere else and do some other dumb shit. You get to watch your team. You get to see what they're doing, see what's going on. You stay with them. You stay connected. In that game, they disconnect you as soon as you die, man. So it's like, not only are you pissed off that you just died, but now you don't even get to see how it finishes. You don't get to see how it plays out. You just have to go over here now and listen to all this clanking loud as shit in your ears all of a sudden. Clank, 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 clank. whack, man. It makes you hear all that fucking clanging. Only 7 likes, by the way. There's been over 10 people in here almost the whole time. And y'all don't have the decency to hit the fucking like button as if you gotta pay for it or something? What the hell, man? Man, the fuck? Guys, oh no, he's not getting my like. No. He doesn't deserve it today. Like, fuck you, man. Do you want people to be suicidal in the world? Like, why do you do that? Do you want people to just say fuck it? Like, why not just like the fucking stream? How hard is it to be kind, you know? Fuck you. It's that hard, isn't it? That's why I'm pissed off all the time, because this shit is ridiculous, man. Gotta beg people to press a fucking button. Fuck, man. I'm not talking about people here. I'm talking about all the people that have already been here. They were like, no, I'm not liking that one. I'm going somewhere else. Like, really? What am I supposed to do out here, dude? What are fucking streamers supposed to give people, man, to make them like the stream? All they gotta do to me is say something to me. You say hi to me, boop, liked, shared. Don't ban me and say something to me. You automatically get your stream liked and shared. Hey, we got a like. Look at that. We got 1 like out of my rant. No, they took it away. They gave it and then they took it away. Whatever, man. Yeah. People want me to be suicidal, dude. That's how I see it. The bottle says Niagara on it. Gives away where it comes from. That company. I never noticed that before. Mm-mm. No. Oh, the game thing? Wish I had that thing? The Atari? Yeah, you wouldn't want that game that I'm playing, though, that's for sure. Atari games are way better. Man, that game. Makes me worse person. I got the VR on its way though. The new PlayStation VR. So that'll be something to mess with. I won't be able to talk to chat at all with that, so I won't give a shit anymore. I'm just gonna go in debt even more. Awesome. That Game Boy too. Yeah, the load times. Terrible. I had a Commodore 64 too. We had one. It was too complicated for my parents to use it though. My dad bought it from this dude. He had in his attic, but he had like so many floppy disks for it. I would go through them. I found Strip Poker on one of them. Airwolf was another cool. It was a cool game I found. Airwolf was probably the coolest game out of all of them. Yo, Catman, you're a good man, dude. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the $10 in super chat. Very much appreciated. Not necessary. I do appreciate you being here with us. Just your words alone, priceless. How's your wife feeling? Man, I really think the mushroom thing might help. I don't even know if that played. That thing? Can you guys even hear me? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Bye. There it is. Yeah. I'm hearing the birds outside. Dude, maybe the mushrooms, the extracts, man. It's only like $100. Worth a try. Only $100, man. What are you waiting for? Could be life changing. She's not willing. She's not willing. Why? She doesn't want to take mushrooms? I don't get it. Ow. They're not going to get her high. I don't get it, dude. Why would she want to try something that's been clinically proven to help? She wants to not remember anything or what? I just don't get it, dude. What the... Catman, it doesn't make any sense, dude. Convince her. What do you mean? You gotta convince her, dude. This shit could work. It could bring back years, or I don't know, man. It could help, dude. I'm like, what? Talk to your doctor about it. Show him clinical study. He has to have heard of it by now. What? Did she give a reason? Dude, I know there's been something that you were hard-headed as shit about, and she convinced you of eventually, ain't it? And you felt better about it in the long run. Do the same. What are you fucking talking about, Catman? At least give it a try. It's her call. Dang it. Picture of the mushrooms. Gotta be more convincing, man. Get them already. Have them. Don't ask her if you can get them. Be a man. Get them delivered and show them to her. It's what if you lose $100 on to have them in your hand. Fuck it. If she still doesn't want them, at least you did your best, man. Get them though. They're two different pills. They're water soluble and alcohol soluble for the lion's mane. That's one you need, right? Right. Okay. That specific company, the third party tested. I know they're strong. It's what, and if it doesn't work, fuck it. That's best. You need to have in your hand first, dude. Don't you think? Asking her permission to go buy something. You're not your mom, dude. You can force the issue. Yes, you can. When someone's dying, yes, you can. You can force all you want until they're dead. You can. You can do that. As long as you're not overstepping your boundaries and, getting in their face and trying to fight them over it. Yeah, you can have it. You know what I mean? You can make it as easy as possible, or as hard as you can make it as hard as possible for her to say no. You have all the information about it. Have it in your hand. What do you have to lose? The $100 or your wife? Fucking forget about it, right? She is. If you don't fucking help her, she's gonna forget everything. You're all she's got, man. She's forgetting how to even care for herself, probably. And you're gonna take her word for it? You don't want it? Oh, okay, then put it in her food. Shit. It's a medicine. I'm saying she starts getting super dementiated. You start putting in her food. It's what she wants. No, she doesn't want to remember anything. I know, I'm just going to do what she wants. It's not like it's antifreeze. What the fuck, man? She cared about her, dude. I know I wouldn't do my wife like that. If I had a wife, I would not do her like that. Start forgetting shit. I'd help her remember. You want her to forget everything? That's weird. Oh. That's next level. Get it, man. It's all natural. It's not like you're trying to get her to take some chemical. Fuck, man. Sit there and fucking feel sorry for yourself and try to change the situation. I don't like to see that. The sooner you do it, the better. Man, that's just wild to me. That's like knowing your wife needs water and she just don't want to drink it. You're like, ah, she doesn't want to drink it, man. I can't make her drink the water. Yeah, and you can IV her. What? When you're a caregiver, okay, so is she unable to care for herself at all and you want her to just start forgetting stuff? I mean, that's a different story, dude. You want her to, you're not trying to do this anymore. Okay, okay. He's like, he might be tired of it all. You don't want to prolong it. But what if it got better and it didn't just prolong it? What if she got back cognitive ability? Because that's what it says it can do. She can start caring for herself again, possibly with a dude. Did you not read about it? Pisses me off a little bit. You didn't fucking actually read about it. Give you all the information. Link to the best source. Hey, you had to have read about it, dude, because I should have given you a link to the study, to the the study for it. I just figured you'd do your own research on it because it's so groundbreaking. I guess not. It's not going to be something like this. Isn't going to be highly known because pharmaceutical companies keep it that way. They don't want mushrooms to take off, marijuana to take off. They don't want anything natural to take off, dude. Especially the mushrooms. They're so powerful, and a lot of psychiatric drug companies would lose a lot of money if there was psychoactive therapy with mushrooms and or MDMA in the proper settings. People would stop taking antidepressants all kinds of stuff. And that's not even talking about microdosing. Like some people microdose hallucinogenic mushrooms daily, very small microscopic amount. Well, I mean, you can see them, but like a tenth of a gram a day or something, and they claim that that helps with their ADHD. But that's just psychedelics. We're not even talking about the other gamut of medicinal mushrooms that have been proven to work in different areas of the body, depending on the mushroom. Study proven. They can see the enzymes. They can see like what it's doing in the body and how it's affecting a production of certain chemicals inside of us. Inhibits and helps to produce. I grew mushrooms for a little while. They were all psychedelic though. They were all cabinzies. They were all. I grew some truffles too, but they didn't. Oh, there weren't that many. I think I remember there being some, but it didn't do too well. Maybe I didn't leave it long enough. I left it for months, but just a bunch of different kinds of cabinzies though, different ways. Small way, PF cake, and bulk substrate. I prefer the bulk substrate. The cakes are a pain in the ass because they're all separate. They all have their own brain. With a cake, I mean, with a bulk substrate, the big old tub, you have tubs. That's all like one brain. It's all one organism, pretty much. Each mushroom fruit can be different, but the mycelium itself is all one. That's better. Have you done it before? Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Orchard grow.
Can't do that here though.
Click in though, man. But
No growing mushrooms allowed here. Those things. There you go. See, like they're so illegal here, man. So hardly anybody has them. So the pharmaceutical companies really have a grip over California. They got it cinched down, man. It sucks. I'd love to get my hands on some boomers, man, and reset. I need to reset so bad. It's been years now, and I just I almost think I gotta move that to. I might have to move back to Colorado, dude, just to be able to do mushrooms again. Expensive up there, dude. If they don't pay me to leave here, I can't afford it like that right now. And it's crazy. Everybody's going into debt right now. Then Bitcoin's gonna pump. What do you consider a microdose? About a tenth of a gram? Or less than that. It's Friday. That's cool. I got happy for a second. Don't know why. Because I saw the donut on the ground. I have a donut cat toy. And it made me happy thinking it's Friday and look at the donut cat toy. Well, that goes in 2 tens. Have you ever had them wet? One good thing about growing them is you can try them fresh. You have to eat 10 times as much because mushrooms are 90% water. 90%. That means once they're dry, 1 gram was 10 grams of wet mushrooms. Mostly water. But they're also more closely related to humans than they are to plants. We're mostly water too, though. Have you ever seen a dehydrated human? They're super scrawny. You know what I'm saying? Like you see a dead person, it's like a mummified person, all shriveled up, looking like a grape. You know, mummies, you see a mummy, all sucking in. Mummies pretty much look like skeletons, but with a little bit extra. Because we're so much water, right? Oh, well, I guess they take out their organs, so there's that. But still, they don't take their legs off. Like their meat, leg meat, that's mostly water. Or squishy. Never really think about it, huh? But fresh, dude, they're pretty cool. Because you cut them, and they turn blue. Every time I would cut it, they would turn blue. It was like I was eating something out of Avatar. Like, it doesn't leak anything. It doesn't leak blue or anything like that. But, like, I cut it, and it take it a second, and it would start turning blue. For this night, bright blue. I was having them with eggs. I would clip them first thing and have eggs with them. Man, that was fun. I was all by myself, dude. There was no stream back then. I was just sitting there like, tasty. My friends, probably, yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm grateful. That game just gets me pissed, dude. I think that war game. I'll explain. It gets me so mad, dude. My neighbor's probably like, "Why is he so angry?" They made it so that you can't pinpoint it. I can't pinpoint where my anger's coming from. It's like they're you know what I'm talking about, dude, Patty? It's so cool how it turns blue like that. It's not blue at first, it takes it a second. But they've hidden it. They've somehow taken what they had with Modern Warfare where I could pinpoint it and be like, that shit's pissed me off. That's pissed me off. No one's pissed me off. This pissed me off. And I can still do that a little bit with this one, but it's more general somehow. It's like they're putting out just some frequency into my headset that's just pissing me off. It makes it more lifelike, more warlike. Everybody's mad in war. It's the war zone. Welcome to the war zone. Everybody's pissed. Because everybody's talking shit to each other. I think that's how Real Brother turns the proximity chat off. The blue shrooms? I've never heard of them. Blue shrooms. Does seep out in the real world. Dude, and that, damn. I bet that's actually happened with, like maybe not to the extreme of there being a death or something, but minutely. Even I bet it affects people. Like they go to school and then they might slap a kid a little bit more that day. When I was a kid, we had Nintendo, and you weren't like shit talking some random dude in Egypt or something, possibly. I mean, he was yelling at the screen. Which was better? Yeah, maybe, because Kyle Rittenhouse was a Call of Duty player. It might have made him want to go shoot somebody just a little bit more. It might not have made him do it or like been the deciding factor, but it could help a little bit. It's not healthy. I don't know. Still healthy. That's why I had to stop playing it. Because like the deaths, oftentimes they happen just out of nowhere. You'll just be chilling. Next thing you know, 3 seconds later, you're dead. You're shot in the back of the head, or it's that is no good. It's too fast. Like Fortnite's not that fast, I've noticed. Gonna look gun battle. It lasts a little while longer than that. The quick gun battles and then having to go into that prison type scenario. I never go back, man. Clip still on.
We'll use the 10 from.
Okay.
Hey, people are still getting kicked out of their houses.
Because they need that day
Sure.
for a hardship.
Mm-hmm.
Of my neighbor. The thing is, they're ending the renter moratorium. I don't know if that affects them.
Six Trails versus Thomas, is it Scheinbar?
Thomas Scheinberg.
He is not checked in. You only have service by attachment. I will adjourn this to January 27, 2023.
Maybe, dude. Be more realistic. To live and die in LA. In a plane to I'll never get these. I got them at Costco and I have way too many of them now. I didn't realize that each one of these bags is 700 calories. I could eat a whole one of those bags easily, dude. Last night I ate half of it, and I was like, "Oh, time to go to bed." Diabetes. Diabetes. Let's see. Is it 20? Wait, 11? Wait, so wait, hold on. There's other carbs in here though. There's wheat carbs. Other. It's not just sugar carbs. So that's a little better. Half of the carbs are from wheat, from flour. Or half of the carbs. And it's got a gram of protein in it per serving. I'd say it's a healthy snack. You're looking at Twitch on one of them. Aren't you? Must be. The second ingredient is sugar though. Main ingredient is wheat flour. Wheat glucose syrup? That a thing? Wheat glucose syrup. Oh, glucose syrup is gluten-free. It can be derived from wheat. However, the production methods involve a high level of hydrolysation, meaning there is no significant gluten content in the sugars. The final ingredient is gluten-free, and foods with glucose syrups can be eaten by people with celiac disease. Oh. Does it say, dude? It doesn't say gluten-free. Doesn't say it, dude. Ah. What's the point, man? They just did it just to do it. That's hardcore, man. That's Australia for you. Yeah, but this has wheat glucose syrup. Glucose syrup derived from wheat. And it said it can be derived from wheat. Indeed. Indubitably doobly. I didn't know that you could get sugar or syrup from wheat. Did you know that? A Gatorade in it? The fuck? No. Stop it. Dude, I buy weed so I can taste it. I don't want to cover it up with some bullshit. Are they kidding? So, the thing is, I got the noodles. No, I don't. They're gone. So, happy Friday. Noodles are gone. Sorry. What do you want me to do about it? I can't bring them back, man. Alright, enough of that. Let me see what I can do. Don't worry. Oh, bipartisan? Bipartisan?
Transportation Secretary Pete is here. Look, we know, better known as Mayor Pete, but working with many of you to address those qualities.
But I think it's worth taking a moment to appreciate how far we have come and all that we've accomplished together. American friendship.
Get on out of here, boy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You better sit down.
You don't want this going to my head. A kid from Scranton. Look, Mayor Suarez, thank you for your leadership at the conference. Excuse me, I got a little frog in my throat. But, and Andy, thank you for that introduction. You know, it's wonderful to finally welcome all of you to the White House after not being able to be here because of the pandemic for so long. We appreciate it a great deal. And some of you know I started my career as a county councilman in the state of Delaware, and then I ran for the U.S. Senate because serving as a local official was too hard. They know where you live. They knock on your door, and I've always had enormous respect for the job you do. And by the way, Suarez, you and I have something else in common. You know what it is? We both married way above our station. Way, way above our station. You all think I'm kidding. Some things are just self-evident. Today is 2 years since I was sworn in as president. And with your help, with your help, we've gotten a lot done. I think if you look around the room, we got a lot of cabinet members who are mayors. A lot of mayors. You got old Mitch Landry from Nolans down there, you know. And that's like being mayor of a country. Yeah, I tell you what, my daughter went down to Tulane University in large part because his dad, it's a long story, but when he was mayor, and I thought she's going to come home talking with this boy talking funny at me, you know what I mean, from Bio Lafourche or something. Mayor Pete is, even though he's the secretary, they still call him Mayor Pete. And, you know, you got Marty Walsh from Boston. I don't know where Marty is. We got a lot of mayors, and that's why I think we're making such progress. Look, the fact is that, you know, it's fitting that we are here together today, and because you mayors know how to get things done. And that's not hyperbole, it's a fact, because you have no choice, as a matter of fact. Yesterday I was in California. We're grappling with historic California. Start off, the governor looked at me and said, Mr. President, we used to be the 5th largest economy in the world, now we're the 4th.
Oh, really?
That's true, in the world. I tell you what, so I genuflected and we moved on.
We're the 4th largest.
I said, that means you don't need that $10 billion we just gave you, right? And y'all think I'm kidding, that's what we did, $10 billion. But all kidding aside, he's a great governor and has written well. But look, dealing with historic storms and flooding, you know, when your town or city faces a crisis, it's the mayor who gets the first call.
I was part of that.
And I've seen it. I've traveled this country after floods and tornadoes, wildfires, hurricanes. As a matter of fact, I was kidding, but there's a serious piece to it when I pointed out that to the governor, we got to stop taking these helicopter rides, because I went over this. I think it was the fifth one in this state, traveling the state. More of the forest was burned down there up in Oregon than the entire state of Missouri. I mean, it's a long, long, long way. A lot of damage. And I want to thank the mayors across the country for doing everything they can to recover and rebuild. It matters that you're the ones who make sure, as trite as it sounds, that the garbage gets picked up, the potholes get fixed, the buses you can catch to work and be able to continue to be there on time, and so much more of significant consequence. But those things are consequential. You affect people's quality of life more than any other group of people in the world. And mayors know the measure of success isn't how many partisan points you score, it's how many problems you fix. Can you fix the problem? When I came to office, we had a lot of problems. Can you hear me? The pandemic was raging, our economy was reeling, but we acted together. Now, 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that our plans work, and we're building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not just the top down. Because when we do that, by the way, the wealthy do very, very well, and everybody, the poor, have a shot, and the middle class can have a little breathing room. An economy that benefits that folks in the heartland as well as in our cities and all across America. And, you know, I remember, you know, as I said, my family, I was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania. When Cole died when I was in third grade, we had to move. But I go back to Scranton. Everybody's joke is from Scranton. Everybody's from Scranton. But think of all the towns you know, and some of you are mayors of, that they go through school, they want to stay where their family is, where their relatives are, where they know everything, and they have to say, Mom, I got to leave. There's no jobs here. There's no jobs here in my town. I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest. And what we're trying to do is not just rebuild an economy, bring back the pride and the sense of belonging, the sense of I want to stay where I live now, where I'm able to do what I want to do. And that's the whole purpose of what we're trying to do in our cities when people used to move out. But, you know, now they're beginning to move back in. Cities are growing, not just big cities, small towns as well. The economy, the rewards work where we don't need a college degree to provide for your family. It helps to have that college degree, but you don't need it to provide for your family. 2 years ago this week, 18 million people were out of work. 2 years ago this week. Now the number is under 1.6 million, near the lowest level in decades. The unemployment rate is as low as it's been in 50 years. We've created 11 million jobs, 750,000 manufacturing jobs. Where in the hell is it written to say we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world in this? I mean it, not a joke.
It's a hyperbole.
I got so sick and tired of us exporting jobs and importing product. We're now importing jobs and exporting product. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing. I really mean it, because we're beginning to invest in ourselves again because of you all. Over the last 2 years, more Americans applied to start a small business than any year in history, any year on record. They make up 50% of all the economy in America. Fewer families are facing foreclosure or an eviction than before the pandemic. Families in our communities are starting to breathe just a little bit easier. But folks, it's not only that. Pride is coming back to American communities and to American cities. And that's not just on the coast, as I said. It's in every part of the country, including many towns and cities and local communities that have been forgotten for much too long. Much too long. And it's not an accident. It's a strategy. When I came to office, a strategy that we stuck to, even in the face of a lot of criticism, a strategy that we put into action, a strategy to recover and rebuild and invest in America. You know, hesitate a second to just digress a little bit. We used to invest 2% of our GDP in research and development every year. That's what we did in America. But then, long way, we stopped. We stopped investing in America in research and development. We invest now 0.7%. We used to be number one. Now China is number two. We're number 8. I mean, there's things we've allowed to happen. It's not been conscious. It's just sort of slipped up on us. And the way in which we changed the way we dealt with corporate law, a whole range of things. But we're changing it. And we're changing it. As I said, we're going to export product, not jobs. With your support, I signed the law of the American Rescue Plan to deliver immediate economic relief to families and communities that needed it most. One study found that before the law was passed, 70% of the mayors in America expected to cut critical jobs like teachers and transit workers. 27% of you were facing steep cuts in police department budgets. So we acted. And with the CARES Act we passed under the previous administration, some of it had to go to you had to go to your legislatures for permission to get the money. I've been the bad guy when I was a senator and as vice president, a pain in the neck. Why do you have to go through the legislature? No, I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest about that. Because when you go through the legislature, you can't blame them. They say, I want a piece of my district. But you can apply directly. Often I wrote the cops bill years ago. You didn't have to go to the legislature or governor to determine. You could apply directly. If you qualified, you got it directly. You got the money directly. Well, that's what we're talking about. And things began to change. Instead, we made sure the American Rescue Plan empowered you directly to avoid painful layoffs. You put cops back in the street, firefighters back in the jobs. You kept teachers in classrooms. You asked for the money and you qualified for it. In Knoxville, Tennessee, Mayor Kincannon gave premium pay. Is the mayor here? There you are, Mayor. Well, you gave premium pay to police officers and firefighters to keep them on the job. It was a big deal. In Mesa, Arizona, Mayor Giles, I don't know where the mayor's here. I got to get people in trouble calling this out. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, how are you?
States of America, damn it.
Bought 5 new ambulances, hired behavioral health clinicians to help the fire department in crisis calls. And by the way, you know, when a cop turns off in a domestic violence case or someone's standing on the edge of a bridge, they don't need a cop. They need a psychologist with them. That's why we're putting more people. No, I'm serious. We're beginning to understand this all again. And a lot of you are applying for the money and using it for these mental health issues as well. You know, there are countless examples. When it comes to public safety, we know the answer is not to defund the police. Not to defund the police. It's to retrain some police. It's to make sure there's accountability. To make sure we know exactly what's happening, but it's not to defund the police. They need more funding and they need ancillary help as well. And through the American Rescue Plan, $350 billion of state and local governments, and we urge them to make, was available to them to make communities safer. It turned out that one of the largest investments in public safety ever, and every single Republican in Congress voted against it. But a lot of mayors said, you talked to your representative, said, whoa, that, you know, it may be Biden's idea, but not all his ideas are bad. Oh, you think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding, you know. Many cities from Newark, New Jersey, to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but all kidding aside, have made major investments in community violence intervention initiatives. These studies have shown in some cases they can reduce violent crime up to 60%, particularly among our youth. It doesn't always do that much, but it can do that much. But as you may know better than most, when you see these problems of crime and the opioid epidemic, you know the big part of that is mental health. Mental health. I want to take a moment to talk to you about how we're addressing that as well. By the way, Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, has been really focusing on this a great deal. A lot of you have worked with him. Through the American Rescue Plan, we provided initial funding for cities to start to address some of the mental health needs arising from the pandemic. $5 billion for states and community organizations to deliver mental health and substance abuse treatment. $103 million in funding specifically to address mental health for frontline health professionals, like nurses. You've read, in your communities, you've dealt with your hospitals, where the nurses are just overworked and having serious, serious problems in terms of their own mental health. We know it wasn't enough, so probably the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And we went even further. That provides $10 billion to address mental health needs. $2 billion of that is for young people in particular to pay for things like school counselors. And we know what fentanyl is doing to families and communities all across the country. We've worked hard to make sure the first responders have what they need when they respond to overdoses for young people who are dying. And by the way, we've confiscated enormous amount of fentanyl, not just at the border, but beyond the border. We've confiscated throughout, I think it's, let me get the number here. I don't want to get it wrong. We've confiscated 379 million doses of fentanyl. And by the way, 100,000, mostly kids, have died from fentanyl. And it's put in things that they never anticipated as part of. As mayors, you know how much this matters. That's why I brought many former mayors into the administration. Keisha Lance Bottoms is here. So. He said it was harder being mayor of Atlanta than being president, but I don't know. I'm only kidding, but all kidding aside. Well, what have we done? She's a senior advisor on public engagement, led the cities through the pandemic. She makes sure to bring the perspective of local officials and community leaders to decisions we make here at the White House. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, a former mayor in Iowa, is strengthening our nation's rural communities, and he really is. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. And I know he's a Secretary of Agriculture, but what he's doing, American grocery stores are stocked while American farmers thrive and our young people have access to food when schools are closed. Secretary of Housing and Urban Affairs, Marcia Fudge. Marcia's right here. She got a hell of a job, a former mayor in Ohio, working very hard to close the wealth gap, expanding efforts to build generational wealth through home ownership. How did all the mainstream middle-class people get their wealth? 90% of them through investing in their homes. They were able to buy a home. They built equity in their home. That's how they were able to borrow to get their kids to school. That's how they built their equity. Well, the same thing is happening now, and she's working really hard to provide that opportunity, and as well as combating homelessness, which a lot of you are dealing with on your streets. And while folks continue to recover, we're also rebuilding. Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, was president of this organization, is now my senior advisor and infrastructure coordinator to helping rebuild America through a once-in-a-generation bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's always hard to make... He's working with all of you to modernize our nation's roads, highways, bridges, railroads, airports, ports, water systems, the internet, and so much more. Last year alone, nearly 7,000 projects were identified and are underway with funding from the infrastructure law. By the end of this year, that'll be more than 20,000. More than 20,000. If I can hesitate again for a second, digress slightly. One of the things I've been telling the press, they look at me like I'm wonderful, right? No, all kidding aside, why I keep saying it. We did a lot last year with your help. It's only now beginning to bear fruit because we passed this infrastructure bill. That's a 10-year bill, and it's taken time to get it off the ground. Mitch McConnell and I just announced the construction of a new bridge, $1 billion across the Ohio River. It's going to fundamentally change transportation north and south, not just from Ohio to Kentucky, but across the nation. So many things are happening. We passed the bill relating to the cost of insulin. Well, guess what? Only now, as of January 1st, a lot of people are waking up and finding out if they're on Medicare, they only have to pay $35 a month instead of $400 a month to save their lives. And I want the drug companies to be able to make money, but I tell you what, able to explain when they raised the price that as beyond inflation, that they invested more money in what they did in order to justify the price. Otherwise, guess what? We're going to go back and get it from them under the law. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. We're doing things that just make some common sense. Just some common sense because of you all. Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, former mayor of Boston, he's parking his cars. I kid Marty. But he's making sure these projects have prevailing wage and purporting to move and suggest for significant apprenticeships so people can make a living off of what they're doing. And then, by the way, I'm going to talk in a minute about dealing with the whole idea of what we're doing in terms of new investments and with the CHIPS legislation. Well, one of the leading investors of over, I think it's so far $22 billion in the United States from another country. I said, why are you investing in America? He said, because you got the best workers and you're the safest environment in the world in which we can do this. So we're helping to rebuild our economy with jobs that don't require four-year degrees, promoting an economy that works for middle-class and working-class Americans. Transportation Secretary Pete is here. Look, we know, better known as Mayor Pete, but working with many of you to address those quality of life issues that really matter to people you serve. Not just through big bridges and highway projects, but through, though they're important, but also through smaller projects that are critical to your cities. Like in Madison, Wisconsin, where Mayor Rose Conway is buying 46 electric buses, replacing those dirty diesels, bad for the health of the environment, and making it clear. No, I'm serious. It's a big deal. We're helping City rebuild airport. There you are. Okay. Well, thank you. And it means our kids aren't going to be inhaling that diesel fumes when they get off the bus. For real, it matters. Environmentally, it matters as well. And so, you know, we're helping cities rebuild airport terminals in Atlanta with Mayor Andre Dickens, in Orlando with Mayor Buddy Dyer, in L.A. with Karen Bass, and with the leadership of Vice President Harris, we're partnering with you to deliver affordable high-speed internet to every single household in America, affordable high-speed internet. So no parent has to park in front of a McDonald's to do the homework with their kid when they're when the school's not in session, when they can't go to school. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for farmers, I'm mad at, and a whole lot of other people to know exactly what products are costing and sell them for. And now over 50 million households have affordable internet that they didn't have just before we passed the law. We're also making the biggest investment ever in climate, the Inflation Reduction Act. We're creating millions of good-paying jobs and investing in fence-lined communities that have suffered the most as a consequence of being smothered by pollution. Think of the Cancer Alley in Louisiana or Route 9 in Delaware, where all those facilities are. Well, we made a commitment. We're going to invest first and foremost as we clean up those communities, the people from that community, and we're going to invest in that, make that community better again. Our economic agenda ignited a manufacturing boom, the semiconductor boom, the battery boom, the electric vehicle boom. We're making things in America again in every part of America, cities large and small. The mayor of Phoenix, Kate, is Kate here? Thank you, Kate, for being here. I was with her last month to announce a small investment, $40 billion. $40 billion invested by TMSC, the two semiconductor factories and thousands of union workers helping to build them. And Andy, you know, the Field of Dreams outside of Columbus, where Intel's investing, it's 100 acres, but they're investing $20 billion to expand semiconductor manufacturing. I said 1,000 acres. I dubbed it, I didn't mean to, I shouldn't have, but I said this is a Field of Dreams. It is. It's a Field of Dreams. And by the way, of those jobs, of the 12,000 jobs, 7,000 are construction jobs. But guess what? They're paying prevailing wage. And those 5,000 jobs left, the average salary at those places, they tell them, are going to be $123,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree to do those jobs. This is in part urged by all of you. This is happening in no small part because of the bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act. Everybody signed on. The folks who've joined me at the bill signing and other victories. With your support, so many of you we've signed the first major gun legislation in 30 years. I'll say what I've said before, not all of you are going to agree with me, but we're going to ban assault weapons. I did it once, we're going to do it again. And the number of bullets can be in a clip. On Sunday, we acknowledged what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. We're continuing to fight and protect women's right to choose. Last year, And last year, when I held the first of its kind White House summit at the request of others against hate-fueled violence, this group led the effort with 150 mayors to sign a compact, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to prevent and address this type of violence in our communities. I'm committed to continue this work with all of you, but I need you badly. But there's more to do. As was mentioned by your president, immigration is another major issue affecting many of your communities, particularly border communities and near communities. I visited the border earlier this month, the first time as president. I've been before, but the first time as president. And I'm taking action where I have the legal capacity to do so. I'll continue to call on Congress to act to pass comprehensive immigration reform to fix the system. The first bill I introduced was a comprehensive reform legislation on immigration. But because of some in the Congress, they refused to consider it. They found it a better issue to campaign on than an issue to solve. So we have a choice. They can keep using immigration to try to score political points, or we can help solve the problem. Immigration reform used to be a bipartisan issue, and we can make it that again, in my view. Let me close with this. I ran for office for 3 reasons. One was, and even my campaign team thought I was wrong in terms of the basis upon which I was running. But one of the things after, when I got elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate, I had to wait to be legally to be able to be sworn in because I wasn't old enough. No joke. They talked about, my being the youngest. I wasn't. There was one younger elected popularly than I was. But, I spent a lot of time. I used to get asked all the time, Mr. Mayor, what's the secret? Because if I won against a really good guy, he was a decent man, we never had a crossword with us, progressive Republican who helped write the Clean Water and Clean Air Act, et cetera. But we had disagreements on a number of other things. And second time I ran, he actually endorsed me. But the point is this is simple. I used to get asked, there must be a secret. If you could have won, there must be some secret. And I used to think about it, that people for the next 3-4 years would ask me that who were running for office in Delaware. And I finally figured it out. And you all are successful and you know it. I said, the secret is, have you figured out what's worth losing over? Have you figured out what's so important to you you'd rather lose than win and have to compromise on it? And so when I ran this time, and I had not planned on running again, and all of you were probably saying, why the hell didn't you follow your instinct? But I honest to God didn't. My son had passed away, and I had no desire to. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Things were going fine. To make a long story short, when I did, I decided there were 3 reasons to run, and I mean it. One was to restore the soul of America, the decency, honor, the idea we could deal with one another. No, I genuinely mean it. It's the way, and I've been this way my whole career, how we build the economy, from the bottom up and the middle out, for real. Look, I come from the state of corporate America. More corporations are incorporated in my state than every other one of your states combined. And I got elected 7 times there. So, it wasn't I was anti-corporate, but I have a different view in terms of what the priority should be. And so, as I said, when the middle does well, they could generate hope, give chance to the working class, and when they do well, the wealthy do very, very well. Well, and the third reason I ran, which has turned out to be the hardest to deal with, and that's unite the country. We are a democracy. We cannot be sustained if we stay 50 different islands or 2 different parties that no longer talk to one another. For the last 2 years since my inauguration, I think we've made some progress, large part because of many of you sitting in this room. And I'm really optimistic in the year ahead that we're implementing the laws we've already passed, will deliver real benefits, and people are going to feel them in their everyday lives. That work we're going to continue to do together. Together, we're proving that every city and town in this country, our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. And I really mean it. I was asked by my senior team, and Peter remembers, if I could do anything to change the attitude of optimism in America, what was the one thing I'd do? Just I could change one thing. It's going to sound bizarre what I tell you. I said I'd cure cancer. And they looked at me like, well, cure cancer? Because nobody thinks it's the most frightening thing to people. And if we did it, America can do big things again. There's nothing beyond our capacity, I swear to God. There is nothing beyond the capacity of the States of America. Remember who in hell we are. We're the United States of America. When we work together, there's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing, nothing, nothing. We got to work together, folks. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Now I'm going to turn it over to Julie. They gave me a different mic they can turn off, so I...
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And now we have a couple of questions that we will take from a couple of mayors. We'll start with Mayor Tashara Jones from St. Louis, Missouri.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Mayor, how are you?
Great, great. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Science Act, we're seeing jobs return to our cities, and we're preparing our citizens for the many opportunities to come. What can we as mayors do to help you further your agenda of shoring up our national security and bring more high-quality jobs to America's cities?
I think two things. One, be realistic and don't confuse the national debt with debt reduction on a yearly basis. The debt we're paying on, and we're going to have a little discussion about that with the new majority leader of the House, has accumulated over 200 years. Over 200 years. Not a joke. That's how long. That's what the national debt is. It's over, $31 trillion, but it's over 200 years, and 1/4 of that debt. 1/4 of that was accumulated in the 4 years of my predecessor. 1/4 of it. So what we've actually done, Mayor, we've actually cut the deficit on a yearly basis. In the first year, because of what I'm not being solicitous, because of what you all did, $350 billion. And last year, this year, we cut that deficit on a yearly basis by over $1 trillion. So it's over $1 trillion, roughly $400 billion we've cut the deficit. The yearly deficit, year to year. We got to focus on making sure we do not accumulate more debt on the historic 200 years and gradually continue to reduce it. One of the things that we've done is the budget we're going to be introducing, you're all going to see, is expected to reduce the debt another $1 trillion this next year by spending less than we bring in. Now the big debate, I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to talk about in the State of the Union, is a fundamental disagreement on what we should do to cut. What do we cut? Well, it's not just cutting. What do you raise? What taxes do people pay? How do they pay their taxes? And do they pay it fairly? And so one of the things that's going to be a big issue in dealing with the national debt that could, if we don't meet our national debt and renege on the first time, we have a calamity that exceeds anything that's ever happened financially in the United States. And so one of the things that we're going to do is it's going to get down to a decision of whether do we, in fact, make sure that folks, do we cut Social Security to raise taxes on trillionaires? Billionaires. There's 745 or 50 billionaires in America. Average tax rate they pay is 2%. I think you should be able to be a billionaire, but I think you should pay a little more than 2%. No, and by the way, I'm not trying, as Mayor Douglas knows me well, I'm not trying to be alarming about it, but I mean, it's a reality. Now, there's a lot of arguments why that shouldn't be, because they generate so much energy and so much growth, et cetera. But there's a lot of things we can do. Now, the option that's going to be offered, you're going to see, is the way to deal with cutting that debt is to cut Social Security. cut Medicaid. We got to do something about Social Security. No, but these are the kind of debates we're going to have, and they're going to be honest debates. For you, it seems to me, for a mayor, the things that I believe, and I've not been a mayor, but I think I've watched long enough to know the difference between great ones like you and folks who don't do much, or don't. I shouldn't say don't too much. I shouldn't say it. You've had more difficulty. Is focus on the things that make your city unique and make it grow. What are the things that make it grow? Well, first of all, I could go on, but I'm just going to give you one example. We're in a situation where if you were one of the reasons why America became the most advanced and economically prosperous nation in the 21st century, we're the first nation in the world to have a universal education system, grades 1 through 12. Now, others had systems that were superior to ours in terms of their exclusiveness, but not universal. Now, I wonder if anybody, if today we were starting off and saying, you know, we're going to decide we're going to have a universal education system. Would anybody think in the second quarter of the 21st century that 12 years was enough to compete? I don't think so, for real. So a lot of you are doing a lot of experimental work in terms of not just pre-K, but you're doing it in terms of education, teaching kids to read, write, add, and subtract at 3 and 4 and 5 years old, and you're focusing on apprentice programs after college. You're focusing on, after high school, and you're focusing in high school on allowing people to learn trades instead of. Remember, there used to be, even you're old enough to remember. Not you, Mayor. But when, there were shop classes in school where people learned whether they're comfortable working with their hands, so there's a lot of things that we can do in education. There's a lot of things you can also do in terms of dealing with, I'm going to get you a lot more money, God willing, because I think we have universal support for it, beyond the money that came out of the original legislation. There's a proposal that I've just presented to, I'm the guy that wrote the community policing law, but got very bad publicity. But guess what? People are figuring out, guess what? It works. The people who most need the help, the most victimized, are the poorest communities. So we need cops in those communities, from those communities, but cops that are held accountable to everything that they say we're supposed to do. And we can do that. So focusing on law enforcement that, in fact, is equitable, focusing on, for example, nationally, I still think we should have the George Floyd legislation, but I didn't able to do that. So what I was able to do, I said no knock warrants are limited significantly. We're in a situation where you have to no chokeholds. There are certain basic things. When I was coming up as a kid, cops were required to learn to shoot to kill. Well, you ought to be able to shoot to stop. Everything shouldn't be an extreme. So the way we train police officers is changing. And there's a lot of things you can look at to determine whether or not you can affect the safety of your city. And also, I think that, well, I'm not going to go on, but so there's a lot of things you can do, because I believe you'll have the economic wherewithal through the programs and the federal government not telling you what to do, but giving you the wherewithal to do the things that you think most need to be done. And every community is a slightly different need in terms of emphasis. And I think one of the great mayors in the country is Duggan from Detroit. Not a joke. I tell you what, he inherited a hell of a situation. And I remember Barack Obama turned to me one day and said, not a joke, Joe, fix Detroit. I said, oh, no problem. No problem. Well, I got to know Detroit. I found out things the mayor taught me was, guess what? That something was as close to 70% of the people in the 60% of the people in the city who were high school educated had jobs that were outside the city. And they couldn't get there. They didn't have, 60% didn't have cars. So we ended up getting, 20 new buses, was it, initially? Just practical things to determine what are the things that both allow neighborhoods to stay united and move. And again, there's a lot. One of the things that Mayor Landrieu, as I still call him the mayor, but he's much more than that. He's running this show for me because we also have, I can't remember I asked for the phone number and I forgot it. 881-8946 that you can call, because we have people in here. No, I'm not joking. A lot of people know we have these programs, but they're hard to navigate. So you can pick up the phone and call, how do I get the money to do A, B, C, or D? Can I do this with that? To cut through the red tape. Anyway, I hope I answered. You're about to cut me off.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have one more question from Mayor Sheevy from Reno, Nevada.
All right, thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting us to your home. We love what you've done with the place. It's beautiful. And also, I want to say thank you.
You like museums, right?
I want to say thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts. I know everyone in the room is so grateful that you have brought mayors into your cabinet. I think it should be a requirement of every president. Mayor Landrieu, I love you. Mayor Pete, I love you. And I honestly believe like more has been done because of that. And so thank you so much for your leadership. We are so grateful.
We have, what, six mayors in cabinet positions?
Are they 6? All right, maybe we can get to 12. I know 6 more in here that would like to come.
We have more women than men.
See, love that too. Love that too. So you talked a little bit about mental health, and I want to say thank you so much for your leadership on that. It means the world to me. We are so fortunate to work with your Surgeon General. He is fantastic. He is fantastic. So all your mayors in the room are going to become mental health warriors. And we're going to be addressing addiction and loss and grief. And I'm going to ask you something very personal. You've had a lot of loss and grief in your life. And I know over the last few years, a lot of Americans have had a lot of loss and grief because of the pandemic. What would be your, what would you say to them? And your advice to someone experiencing personal loss and grief?
Well, first of all, as close staff knows, I spend a lot of time with folks who've gone through loss. Wife, daughter, husband, children, etc. And granted, I did lose my wife and daughter right after I got elected to the Senate. Tractor trailer broadsided them, killed my wife and daughter, and my 2 boys were little boys. They were on top of their deceased mom and sister for a long while because it took my local fire department a long time to do the jaws of life to get them out. And then the guy who should be standing here if Andy Biden was going to be president, and I'm not, it's not hyperbole, is my son Bo. He's more qualified than I was. But he decided, I'll never forget, and asked me one Friday, he said, "Dad, what are you doing on Friday?" And I said, "What do you need?" He said, "I'd like you to swear me in." I said, "Swear you in? You're Attorney General of the state of Delaware. Swear you into what?" He said, "I joined the United States National Guard, the Delaware National Guard." And then when his unit got sent, he didn't have to go, but he got an exemption to go as long as he gave up the seat. And, you know, that was tough. But you know what? I had family. I had an incredible wife. No man deserves one great love, let alone 2. And I had a mom and a dad and a sister and a brother were alive. And for example, when the accident happened early on, my sister's my best friend in the world, gave up her home, and she and her husband moved into my house to help me raise my kids. Without being asked, just moved in. And by the way, 5 days after I was married, they were gone. But I say that not about me, but it's about what mental health does. I had people around me that were there to help me. I was lucky. Everybody thinks I commuted every day I've traveled over 1,200,000 miles on Amtrak. Not a joke. I commuted every single day for 36 years, and then beyond that, as vice president, to go home. Everybody thought I went home because I went home because I couldn't afford two places. But anyway, no. I went home because I get to, kiss my boys goodnight and lay down with Sarah prayers, and then my daughter, etc. But I had my mother. I had my mother there. Every morning I'd drop the boys off when they were little to my mom's house, and then later I'd be able to drive them to school and they'd be picked up. But my point is I had so much help, and I had psychological help. Everywhere down there was someone there to basically hold my hand. Well, that's the mental health that a lot of families don't have. They don't have. And a lot of folks are in a situation where if they just had somebody to talk to, and that's why I think some of the things we can do that can also help families going through some real difficult times is, for example, preschool education, reading, writing, arithmetic, age 3, and it does two things. It helps your kid get an advantage, but it also helps mom or dad or a single parent or parents who are going through hell to have somebody there until 5 o'clock taking care of your kid while they're learning. So there's a lot of things that it does that gives people, but in addition to that, people who've gone through really tough times with drug addiction and a whole range of other things, alcoholism, they also are in a situation where they find themselves being able to have the kind of medical help that is needed in the mental health side of it. And so I just think having people to reach out who are professionals, who know how to deal with people going through trauma, tragedy, or self-inflicted wounds that they've had. And it makes a gigantic difference. The need for, look at what's happened. And I think I sometimes underestimate it because I stopped thinking about it, but I'm sure you don't. We lost over 1 million people in several years to COVID. What that means is, and the study was done, that there are 8 people close to every one of those, on average, of those 1 million people. How many mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, uncle, aunts got up in the morning or sat down for dinner at night and there was an empty chair? How many? And what impact does that have on the rest of the family? And there's a lot of tricks that you can be taught, a lot of things you can do to engage the children who survive, engage the children who aren't addicted, engage the parent who. So I just think there's so many things that you can do. And the reason I gave you my personal story was I think it's just about knowing somebody's there. Knowing somebody you can reach out to when you get scared and hold their hand. Whether it's a drug problem, whether it's a physical problem, whether it's just and by the way, my wife Jill got very engaged with the Brits and the U.S. military and dealing with trying to convince people. Think of the military. The one thing you're taught to as a warrior is never complain, never explain, man. Don't complain. Well, guess what? Mental health is a problem. It's a serious problem. You have more people dying of suicide in the United States military than any other reason today. More people. And so we got involved in reaching out to help families so that you don't make it, and then I'll conclude with this. We have to take the stigma off of mental health. Mental health is no different than you break your arm or your leg. No, it really isn't. It's God's truth. It is a problem that is a medical problem. And so hardest part is to get people, a lot of people, I say most people, to acknowledge that I'm getting help. I'm getting help. That's why we had this effort to deal, my wife dealt with this program to provide for health for, you know, post-traumatic stress for so many warriors. Pete, you toted a rifle, man. You were there. You see all the people. I don't know how many people that you just that need the help, but it's a help that you need any more than you need if you broke your leg. But we got to take the stigma away from the notion that you need mental health, because it's no different. And by the way, think of this. How many folks do you know, how many cops on your department need some mental health because they're suffering from post-traumatic stress, what they went through? I mean, we don't look at them and say, you know, they're weak. But, you know, it's just about, anyway, we just got to reach out and change the notion of a stigma associated with the notion of seeking mental health. And it starts early when you can detect with children when they need some guidance, really, or it doesn't mean they're, quote, crazy. It means they have some disposition that has to be treated. And there's a lot that can be done. I'm talking too much. I apologize, guys. Thank you all very much for again.
Distinguished guests, please remain in your seats while the President departs.
The narratives that come across from our black politicians who are trying to be so Afrocentric but have lost the values. It's basically a prop of the Democratic Party to control African Americans to vote one certain way. So they talk all the talk, but they don't walk the walk, and there's certain things that they continually leave out. Cowardice, ask the question, is a sin, okay? Vanity asks the question if it's popular, all right? Expediency asks the question, is it usable or is it politically correct? But conscience asks the question, is it right? Okay? Martin Luther King appealed to conscience, all right? And those were his words, by the way, I just shared with you. He went on to say, there comes a time, that time is now, no doubt that time is now. There comes a time that you must take the position that's neither safe, that's neither politically correct nor popular. And you here have taken that position. And God is waiting for the people of righteousness to take that position, because they take the position because conscience tells them it is right. I know they vacillate between using pictures and it is a place for pictures, there's a place for everything in the pro-life movement. But right now, you've got to go long and hard to find a person who has not seen, amen, they have not seen the atrocity of abortion. And they have become callous to the vision, the picture of that atrocity. And we have to recognize we're coming back, and I shared this some time ago somewhere, I can't remember if I was here or not, but the fact of the matter is we're coming down to a point that unquestionably we are being chosen by God, okay, to be sheep, okay? We are supposed to be on the right, all right? But we've also been chosen to stop vacillating, stop halting between two opinions, all right? Okay, because he's going to ask that question. Oh, yes, he is. He's going to ask that question on that last day. When I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was thirsty, did you give me drink? When I was a stranger, did you take me in? When I was, this is the best one, when I was naked, when you saw me naked, did you clothe me? When I was in prison, did you come to visit me? When I was sick, did you see about me? Well, you know, everybody in the country, I done told you, has seen a naked, mutilated baby by this society. We saw it and did not choose to clothe. We chose to sell the body parts. Oh my goodness, hallelujah. We chose to sell and make a profit over that naked, dismembered baby. And your sick governor, and yes, I will say it, Gavin Newsom is sick. Yes, sir. Anytime you choose to push legislation to kill a child 28 days after it's been born, you are sick. And it's time for us to take a position and call that sickness for what it is. And call it for what it is. Call it the mutilization of our most vulnerable. And you have to be sadistic and abominable to even take a position like that. Yep. But that's what has happened in this society. But don't forget, Matthew 25, the sheep and the goats tells you one thing. There's no middle. Either you for me or you're against me. Now don't try to make up another position. Either that's a baby or it's not. If it's a baby, that's a person. And Jesus said this, in so much as you have done it to the least of them, you have mutilated, you have chopped up, you have sold my arms, you sold my legs, you sold my brain, you have done it unto me. You don't think there's a judgment day for that? In so much as you've done it to the least of them, you've done it to me. And people read that, Christians read that and say, oh, okay, very well, that's a nice analogy. No, that's reality. That is reality. And you will face, it's appointed to man once to die, and after that, the judgment. And we have reached a time right now in this society, we must take the position Martin talked about. A position not Democrat, a position not Republican, but a position because I'm looking at that and my conscience tells me that's wrong. My conscience tells me we should not be chopping up babies. My conscience tells me that that person has a right. You know, laws and the fortress of justice, that building, so to speak, the cornerstone of that building is the sanctity of life. Those laws out there, red light, green light, well, green light, you go. You can go because somebody's got a red light. Somebody has put laws out that cause that traffic to be able to flow. But what's the primary reason why we have laws, traffic laws? The primary reason is that you don't run me over in the street. The primary reason is you don't run 70 miles an hour into my car and take my life. It's the sanctity of life. All law emanates from the sanctity of life, the precious intrinsic value of a person. You cannot strip that out of a law, and that's what we have done, and there must be repentance soon, because you reap what you sow. Yes, we got to rediscover some lost values. By the way, when he said that in 1954, he said this also. He said, we can lose this country because we have lost those values. Some things are right and some things are wrong. Aborting, mutilating, killing, disposing, chemical, by whatever, that life has the right, even according to our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence says, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all mankind is created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights you cannot take away. Ones are life, liberty, and the pursuit. You cannot cut off my pursuit. Because you think I'm poor, you cannot take away my pursuit. Pursuit means I haven't caught up to it yet. And so if I don't have it, let me have a chance to have it. The pursuit. I can be born in Bedford-Stuyvesant, the poorest projects in the world. Don't take away my right to pursue happiness. That's all. But in closing, as you have stated and heard, and it's on the back of this shirt, Christian, it's not about a trimester, okay? And I always have to say this, especially if I got a churchy crowd. It's not about a trimester. And that's a trick to get you in the middle. And I've told you, he told you in the book of Revelation to the church of Laodicea, you are neither hot nor cold. Therefore, I spill you out of my mouth. There is no middle ground. Either you're for me or you're against me. And to the Christian, you should never even consider a trimester, because Jeremiah 1:5, which is on the back of these shirts, that says, before. Yes, sir. Before. Yes, sir. Before you were in your mother's womb, I knew you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No matter what trimester I'm in. It's like me at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a trimester there, but don't try to wake me up. I am not too viable, am I? You better wait till around 6:30, 6 o'clock, so I become somewhat viable, somewhat viable. But the fact of the matter is, to the Christian mind, please, how far along are you? Oh, well, you can, no. God's already started the process. When you were made in secret, he said, I was there because I knew you, and I knew you. And yes, mom may be single, dad may be on crack, but this is the route I have chosen for you, okay? And because there's plenty of us that have made it past these obstacles and past these pitfalls and past these circumstances. There's nothing too hard for God to do. Don't make your judgment on your sociological outlook on the success of that baby. God has decided the child is born. It's very easy for God to cause miscarriage, and it's certainly able to that child to reach 85. Okay? That's God's decision. Maybe 90. That's God's decision. God said, let this one roll 100. That's God's decision. That's not your decision to predetermine and to circumvent God, to circumvent the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution says we not only want these rights for ourselves, but we want them for our posterity, our future children. So they've already been vested in. They don't have to take an oath of office. They don't have to determine if they're born here on this terra firma. That Constitution and Declaration demands their right. We have circumvented it because of our own vanity, because of our own prejudice, because of our own will to socially engineer the society, and it is wrong. and we must cry aloud, spare not, lift up our voice, go to my people first, because the church can turn this around, by the way, and to the world. But tell my people their transgression. Tell my church to get out of the middle. Tell my church to throw out all the abominable priests and pastors and teachers that are talking about our pro-choice, or Jesus is pro-choice. That's a lie from the pit. And unless I can see, they didn't get mad when I call him a liar. I still love you, but you're a liar. I'm charged to love you, to pray for you, but I'm also charged to tell you when you're not telling the truth. That was to the church of Ephesus. You have tried them who say they are apostles and are not, and found them to be liars. Well, they called them out. You go ahead and start calling them out too. God bless you. And smile.
I didn't think it was foul. He just gets better and better and better. Oh my goodness, I don't even want him to quit. My goodness, thank you very much, Dr. Chalmers. You've been such a blessing to us. And oh my goodness, let's keep lifting Dr. Kennard Chalmers up and his ministry. Oh my goodness. My goodness, blackgenocide.org. Check out his website and get involved and support his priceless, much needed work. If you like what you heard today, oh my goodness, you're gonna just get a chance to hear him again and to close out the Walk for Life West Coast. We'll be on stage with him, we'll be supporting him, we'll be praying for him, we'll be loving him. All right, the police have been just absolutely outstanding. Can we give them a hand? The police, like I said, they're right here, they're with us, and they're waiting for us. All right, we're gonna line up because at 1 o'clock, our permit here is over. Sound permit is over. And so at 1 o'clock, we're gonna line up right here, and then we're gonna walk to that light, and then we're gonna walk all the way right down this way, all the way up to Broadway. We're gonna go to Broadway, turn right. We're gonna go down to 8th Street, 8th Street. I think one time we missed that, didn't we? I think one time we went 1 block too far or something like that, yeah. Okay, well, last year, oh my goodness. 8th Street, 8th Street. We're gonna turn right, go to MLK Boulevard, and then we'll be back here on 14th June. We're back. I wanna thank you in advance for everybody coming. This has been fantastic, and you're blessing my heart. My wife, Lori, and I, and the Issues for Life Foundation want to thank all of you for all of your love and for all of your support. Last thing, let's give Ben a hand. Ben's our sound guy. Oh my goodness. It just gets better every year. He's videotaping, got sound, he's been doing it, and we're so grateful for his support. God bless you, Ben. All right, let's pray. Father God in heaven, as we come to a close, we come to a close honoring you, acknowledging you, thanking you, worshiping you, relying on you, depending on you, calling on you. We come, Father, realizing that was you and nobody else but you that has loved us and saved us and blessed us and brought us to this point today. Father, you're also our future. Take us wherever you want us to go. Bless the walk. Bless those that are out here protecting us. Allow your message to go forth. This I ask in Jesus' name. Amen. 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 All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's line up right here, Jack. Let's line up right here, and we'll get the banner. And we need some volunteers to hold the banner. Can I get a couple men or women that want to hold the banner?
And also we have a hand sign.
Okay, Larry, come on up. We'll hold the banner. Walk over the banner. How about the banners? Yeah, the banners. Okay. And get some. Oh my goodness. Good to see you. God bless you. This one to hold the banner, and we'll be all set. Thank you.
Kevin.
All
right, guys, thank you for tuning in. If you're just tuning in, we are in Oakland, California. We are getting ready to march with these folks. They're getting everything set up, and we will be on the road again. We will be doing this for probably about another 45 minutes, so stay live with us. Tonight we'll be in San Francisco, probably bringing you some action from San Francisco, and then tomorrow the Walk for Life in San Francisco is going to be a huge event, so we want folks to be able to see that. Thank you all for tuning in. I am getting shadow banned extremely bad because I put pro-life in the title. It's unfortunate. Even got a notification from YouTube that I posted on Twitter during this live stream saying it wouldn't be, that this video wouldn't be monetized because their advertisers don't like the content. That's where we're at in America. That's where we're at in America, guys. You don't like, advertisers don't like, or YouTube don't like the fact that these folks are pro-life. Yep, everybody's saying I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Yeah, but you know, it's frustrating. But I'm gonna turn this around. These to march here in Oakland, California. We'll probably have some hecklers along the way. But again, this is about, and if you want to go to this, liferunners.org, liferunners.org. This one is Issues for Life Foundation, so it's issues, the number 4, life.org.
Come on up, Walt. Darlene, come on up.
We'll be bringing us somewhere. I think we'll be blocked in
Yes. So they're all getting set up, ready to go. Beautiful day in Oakland. It's chilly, but it's sunny out here, as you can see. What a beautiful day to be out here and marching.
Good to see you. Thank you for talking They're long gone. No, you got them out. Well, they're gone for 4 months. He was about 10 feet in the car. Okay, we gotta go. Yeah. Come on. You can walk. You can walk right behind the car.
Had some great speakers today.
No, I don't. You want to? You in the middle? Yeah. I don't know.
Facebook is actually shadow banning as bad as YouTube today.
Well, many of us, I suppose we stay on the sidewalk. Walking faster than I am.
Oh, good job, Joe. Smart.
Okay.
New Jersey.
I believe it's Broadway Street. The gentleman that is organizing this and has organized it has a little story about what has happened to him when he was outside of an abortion clinic some time ago, and I'm going to see if I can get that interview and get him on camera so you guys can hear the story.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah, past the river, so, yeah. Bruce was awesome. Yeah. All right. When we get to the corner, we're going to turn right, and we're going to walk down Broadway until we get to 8th, and then we're going to make another one. The sun feels actually good. Thanks, Jack. Jack's our security, one of our security guys. So we're going to go straight down here. We'll be on Broadway for a little while.
Law enforcement has been incredible. The officer that showed up today, very good person. I was listening to some conversations. They're here. They have a couple officers out here on the street with their lights on to guide and make sure everybody's safe.
I can walk already, so.
Keep going.
Let's show you guys the lay, see what it looks like out here. Again, downtown Oakland. Yeah, Oakland is a very woke town overall. Oakland is where, I think it was like 2016 or 2017, I think it was Will Johnson that came down here. They actually had a coffee shop that refused service to police. A great example how to peacefully march. And there's nothing
no more cigars
more worth marching for than our children.
election season.
So Kaiser Permanente, huh? Kaiser decided, license plate 8T03891. The during that video right there decided to say nice turnout a-holes. Interesting.
Kaiser Sose?
Turnout, huh? He's turning his face right there, as you can see. That's the evil, guys, the evil. So maybe we'll go ahead and screen record that here, put that on Twitter and tag Kaiser in that, see if that's what they appreciate, a healthcare facility. I have it on my live stream. 8T03891. 03891. Uh-huh. It is a war, good versus evil, guys. It's sickening, you know, what people do and how they act.
Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. That's it. Thanks, Jack.
Did you hear that employee at Kaiser? What did you say? The guy in the Kaiser van rolled down the window. Nice turnout, asshole. So I got his license.
Slow down a little bit.
We can play their game. Oh, San Francisco's going to be off the hook. These people aren't looking for an argument. These people are out here to stand for the unborn.
Hey, look at this. Would you wear it? It's a full-faced swimming mask. It helped protect women's skin from the sun in the 1920s. Yeah.
It was a Kaiser Permanente.
It's better than wearing all that nasty sunscreen, ain't it?
Alright. Alright. We're gonna keep coming. This gets locked off anyway.
Yo, man. The beach was full of people with those on.
Take your time. Right back. Walk a little slower. Catch up. The next block.
Something, remember the rape. You know, they always use the 1% case.
Yeah, and swap a little bit, swap a little bit. Let's let everybody get caught.
Keep going, but this is
I don't know. Kaiser is one of their. It is a Kaiser van. One of their slogans is "Thrive." It's not a Thrive Food van.
Going right. Okay. It gets narrow on this street, okay? We're going right here, watch out.
Hey, look at these fat-tailed sheep. Now you interested? How about now? Yeah, you interested in some of that action? What you looking for? Cowboy? Those are rentals.
Still got the Oakland Police Department ensuring that it's a safe march, making sure nobody gets hit by any cars. Me and Joe's getting our workout in today, guys.
No, stop. No time yet, Simon.
Got like a little farmer's market out here. Those people were not too happy. I don't know why wanting to save and to protect a life is so controversial. Hey, Tony Chambers, how are you, sir? Thank you for tuning in. Hope all is well with you. God bless you. Been busy helping family, huh? See you later, tree. You can go find somewhere else to go.
Oh, man.
Done, gone. Remember, guys, whenever you try to spread good, whenever you try to spread God, the Lord's word, anything, it'll always bring out the demons, the evil people, the dark and demonic people. That's what you get in the chat sometimes when, I mean, literally, this is a group of folks not having any action other than marching with some signs. And that's enough for these insecure people to feel they need to lash out.
Yo, look at this weird bug. It's a moth. Oh. Arcitine moth, Southeast Asia. Oh, this guy.
Then they say, hey, preacher, is it true that God loves me and my baby, and for the woman, it was always her baby. And okay, he wants us to cross the street. And I said, yes, he loves you and your baby. And then the sisters, they had no problem getting in my face, stepping up and saying, hey, what you gonna do, right? Preach what you gonna do. And I didn't care what she needed. We did it. We helped her. And the word got out that there was this black preacher on the public sidewalk holding a sign that says, God loves you and your baby. Let us help you. Helping the women. At one point, the clinic had 27 appointments in this 2-hour time frame, and it was just 2 hours once a week, 1 day a week. That's all the time I had.
I have 420 cat lady.
They all came out, but they didn't come out for the abortion appointment. They came out because they knew they would meet a black preacher on the public sidewalk, and he was helping. I was actually helping. They were actually waiting for me to finish helping one and helping another. It was so popular that eventually the city of Oakland, the mayor, the city council, the chief of police, the city attorney, the executive director of the abortion clinic, the leader of the abortion clinic escorts, they all got together and they created a law just for me. They made it illegal to stand on a public sidewalk and hold up a sign, hand out literature, and have a conversation in front of an abortion clinic.
You got prosecuted for it?
Yeah, I was facing,
how much time?
I was facing 4 years in jail, but let me tell you what happened. Let me get around this corner. Let me tell you what happened. All right, watch out for this tree here. All right, this is Martin Luther King. We're this one. We're gonna turn right here. Yeah, watch out for the, that's every year. So, yeah. Let me make sure everybody gets around. Now take your time. Slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit. Make everybody gets around the corner. Okay. Walk slowly. If you want, like the whole story, it's on my website. Issues, the number 4 life.org. At the top right, there's a link called library. It's a library where the pastors go, and even they get tired of mainstream media. So they go to my library to get information they really can't get anywhere else. And on the 3rd floor, you'll see Black and Pro-Life in America. That's the story right there. But let me, all right. Watch your step here. Yeah, there you go. You have to, there you go.
So what was that website again?
Issues, is plural, issues, the number 4, life, L-I-F-E, watch your step, .org, issueslife.org. Click library on the top right, go down on the left-hand side, the 3rd floor. You'll see Black and Pro-Life in America. Just click on that link and on our library. And the whole story. Well, I was facing 4 years in court. We just walked by the court. And there was no women testifying against me because we were helping all of them. The only testimony against us was the executive director of the abortion clinic. That was it. And I said, oh my goodness, this is going to be dismissed. This is ridiculous, right? Well, as it turns out, she lied in court. But let me tell you, this is a miracle. This is what God did. I was arrested, and on the 2 days that I was called into court for, officially those 2 days I was called into court, I had videotape evidence of what I did. I was videotaping during those 2 days because I wanted to build up our pro-life team. So watch your step. All right, he wants us to continue to cross here. I was videotaping so I could show the church members at my church what it was like to be out there. We were going to be nonviolent. They were mistreating me out there, with their signs and in my face and all of that. And I didn't want any violence to break out. We were nonviolent. We were loving everybody, helping everybody. We weren't going to do that. So I thought if I had videotape to show them, okay, slow up just a little bit, to show them exactly what was happening, then I could, recruit some more, train them, ready to go. Well, I had no idea. Those were the exact 2 days I would be called into question. I was arrested, handcuffed, and I had to, go to court. And I'm facing 4 years. And her testimony, the executive director's testimony, was the only testimony they had. That was it. Turns out that we have videotape evidence that her testimony was a lie. It wasn't the truth. And so we begged the court to actually play the videotape evidence. They're going to turn in evidence to got videotape. No, they didn't want to allow us to put in videotape. I said, well, put in the,
Walter?
Yeah. Okay, what's there? I said, well, the abortion clinic, they got videotape. They got audio tape. No, it's part of this to get it back. Let them play it. Okay, all right. Somehow, it got lost. It got destroyed. It didn't have it. And they were shocked that we had it. It was a miracle. I had no idea what was going on with it. I just happened to do it so I could do some recruiting. It turns out that I needed it. And so, after arguing for to allow us to make it, they finally did. It was because the jury was starting to wonder why they couldn't see the videotape. Yes, wait a minute. You said, click. Is this you? Was talking to the executive director. Oh, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, so she came out one more time. Can we play it? Okay. Is that you? Oh, yeah. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, well, Your Honor, we got to play the whole tape. She never came back out again. Played the whole tape. Never came back out. We impeached her entire testimony. The only testimony against me, we impeached it. And I thought for sure that once we impeached it, that it'd be done. It's all over. Videotape evidence.
We might look like the oldest up here, but I think we're the youngest.
Yeah, they didn't care. They didn't care at all. They found me guilty.
Found you guilty, and how much time did it give you?
They were looking at 4 years, and they reduced it to 2 because the videotape showed them how ridiculous it was. The courtroom was packed. The press was everywhere, and they all saw what a lie it was. And so they didn't have the news, they didn't have the story that they wanted. It's on videotape. So they decided to reduce it to 2. And then they reduced it from 2 to 30 days. And he gave me 30 days in jail.
All for exercising your freedom of speech.
Yeah.
For standing on a public sidewalk holding a sign.
Yeah, that says God loves you and your baby lives help. Again, if you want the whole story, you can just go to issues, the number 4life.org, go in the library, Black and Pro-Life in America. We went up all the way to the 9th Circuit. Wow. I'm out of jail, we're going to the 9th Circuit because we're trying to end it. And the 9th Circuit knew that if we went to the Supreme Court, because that's where we were going, that our case would overturn a Supreme Court decision that they were using to actually make these types of laws legal in America. And they couldn't afford us to overturn that Supreme Court decision. I'm not talking about Roe, it's another Supreme Court decision. And so they actually agreed with us in the 9th Circuit. The 9th Circuit said, yeah, I'm right. But they let Oakland keep the law. And that law is in place right now.
Really?
Right now, today. And so the whole story's there, the tape's there. You guys can see videotaping me in front of the Clint. You know what I'm saying? When we were here in court doing that. And you can hear what actually happened from the 9th Circuit. We got that audio tape right there. Boom. It's all right there. You can hear it. And the story is just a story that's gotten really popular. People ask me to talk about it a lot. But that's how God used me in a way I had no intention. I never thought about it. I wasn't doing that at all. But he put me in a position where I had to make that decision. And we stood up for life. Okay, we're gonna turn right here. Oh, you wanna stop right here? No, it's okay. No, it's okay? Well, let's get down. I know I can't. Yeah, let's get down.
We're on 14th and Martin Luther King Jr. right now.
I really thank you for helping me.
There's probably 35 out here right now.
Okay, I think we're all caught up. All right, let's walk slowly. We don't want to put any pressure on you.
Found guilty for
here.
Oh,
looks like you want to take a break. You're going to take a break.
30 days.
All right. We love him, so we want to give him all the room he needs. Okay, let's walk over here. We love you. Take your time. Let's walk over here. God bless you. God bless you.
The police are out here just escorting us along, making sure everybody's safe, making sure there's no issues, making sure cars don't hit us. They're blocking off the intersections as we walk across for us. We've been doing a really great job out here protecting these people's First Amendment rights.
I need to go get Simon some more food. I guess I'll just leave Oreo for now. I can trust him not to do anything crazy. I need to stop by the vet shop real fast. Got Lady Catman too. That was bad. 10 times. Anybody else? We have a great day. Happy Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. He's eating right now, but I just ran out of the canned food that I have for him.
They fired you with the head person on the board. They got rid of you because of your stand.
Yeah, I ended up being fired because I was pro-life.
Fired from a church?
Yeah.
Church?
Yeah.
See you in a bit. Can't leave it.
We'll figure that one out.
A trans church. Wasn't a real church if it's not pro-life.
your first definitely conservative.
That's just amazing, guys, and it's just an honor to be out here marching with people that are standing up for the babies.
Yeah, stop right here.
Standing up for God's word.
Okay, all right. Let's go this way. Once we cross here, at the very next light, stop, turn left, and right back in the plaza. So I can see my wife. It's a video camera.
They made some room. All these full benches. They had some.
Everybody right here, we get that group photo. That one group photo. Okay, do it again. All right, everybody get that group up. No, we gotta get closer. We're gonna respect this song. Get behind this man. Take your time. We'll wait for you. I wonder did Ben say right here, right here, right here. Yeah. Right. There we go. All right.
Take good photo. Take good photo.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
No, you want to take her.
Oh, get in there. No, get in there.
Okay, so I kill the timer then, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Come on in, okay. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Let me get a couple. There we go.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We did it.
Okay, guys, we are finished up here. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for sharing it out. Again, this is being highly shadow banned because of what it's about. We'll be live a little later tonight. We're going to take off now, head over to San Francisco, go to some of those areas that you might want to see in a live stream, and we'll be there here not too long, so make sure notifications are on. Again, if anybody sent anything to Gifts and Go to help us out, I want to say thank you, or buymeacoffee.com. Thank you. The donation links are on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So we will see you all shortly. We're going to get back in the car and hit the road again, guys. God bless you all. Thank you for tuning in, and I appreciate it.
Hey.
In our missing series this week, we are.
Oh. Go away. I don't have anything.
Americans or Latino were everywhere from the world, because this is what America believes, right? This land is our land. This land belongs to all people on this planet. It's
all people on the planet.
Exactly, that's our
Hold
right.
up.
Exactly. This land
America
is
belongs
not
to everyone on the
people.
planet.
Is that right?
No, it's not right.
This
I love
land
that Texas
for
is doing
all of
this.
us. And I grew up in Beijing. I came from China, and I know how
Ban
it all
foreign
felt,
citizens
right?
from buying
The
land.
kind of
That's how it should be.
emotion burn in our heart,
Don't let them
like
buy
Lane
land
had
here.
Just said, because we all cried when we saw this, right?
Especially
it's a violation.
if they don't
It's
know
a
the language.
violation of our basic human rights. It's a violation of our
Basic human rights, being able to buy land in America? No.
as one of them. That is the core of the issue. And we are being used as a political bargain chip, correct?
A bargain
yes,
chip?
That's right.
How?
So I'm also was a board
crazy.
member and advisor for United Chinese Americans 美国华人联合会. So UCA was started 2016 when Trump first came to the national platform. We recognized how dangerous he is to our entire community, entire America, entire planet, as a matter of fact, because I also work in environmental and climate cause. Yes. And when Trump came, United Chinese American came together and said this should not actually happen. And believe it or not, he used China, right? He used Muslim, he used African American, he used Latino.
Oh, Trump! Why are you bringing Trump up?
From him to
Fuck,
attack
they can't
us,
keep Trump's
and
name
because he
out
wanted
their
to be
mouth.
president. But now we have the case. We have Governor Abbott. We have Florida Governor DeSantis who want to do the same thing because they want to run president, because they want to use us to sacrifice and to run for their president, to mobilize their base. Can we allow this to happen? No. No. Correct. So let's unite all our brothers, sisters, and let's fight for our rights. Because if we don't fight, we have no rights.
That's right.
Thank you so much. And also join us tomorrow, Representative Jing Wu, and also Stafford City Councilwoman Alice Chen. Yeah, tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, we have a press conference in Chinese Community Center. I welcome all of you to join. Congresswoman Alice Chen cannot come today. She's in her council meeting. And Monday noon, we have another big rally in Houston City Hall. So tell all your friends, come to City Hall at noon. And we also have mayor, we have our congressional leaders to be there too. And also I want to say Happy New Year. And this is a year for the rabbit, right? Yeah, so let's be a courageous rabbit, right? So 兔年快乐，新年新春新挑战。 祝大家新年快乐，给大家拜年。
谢谢。
I got him some
That is so wonderful.
mackerel lamb, though. This one.
We will come to a conclusion, and I will.
It's mixed.
I will finish this rally by saying this: in Fulton County, we believe in human dignity. We believe in our diversity. We actually live together in harmony, and we will stand with you. We will stand with you. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter. It is not my job to judge you. And we will stand with you whenever there is injustice happen. Whenever there is this kind of isolation happen. And we will stand with you. And I really appreciate, I just wanted to say thank you to State Representative Jean Wu, and of course Dr. Lalani, and Ron Reynolds, and Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, our district attorney, and First Assistant Nabila, and of course Helen. All those people come together in a quick notice to participate in this. Let's get to fight.
Can't you just become a citizen before buying land? Jesus, dude, what the fuck is this?
Saying this, when you see something wrong,
I don't like
in your heart, stand up and fight like there is no tomorrow.
That's right.
And
Can we all just agree
that? That
should
is
be
the
a
message
thing
I wanted to send it
nationwide?
once again. Thank you for being here.
You can't buy land here unless you are a citizen here. Yeah, I like that idea.
Thank you.
I want to say, welcome all the officials to have a
I want a
picture
fucking
with all the
land.
community members.
I want
So you
land.
can put them in the press. Thank
Oh,
you.
but the Chinese are buying it off. They're increasing our fucking. They're making it harder for us to afford places here. They're buying up properties and renting them out. This is happening, man.
Oh my goodness, my hair was going like this. She kept saying it was just like, who else is anybody else? And I'm about to go to the office. I'm like, I gotta get out of here. I got graduation at 7:45. Nabila, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll sing this together.
Yeah, Dean, can you come up here 1 second? Dean, can you come?
The rich get richer. The poor get poorer.
大家都往这边站，往这边站，往中间站。Thank you。
大家往前站，前站。
You getting hungry? No, you're making you hungry.
往前站，往前站，这边人多，往这边站一站来。
It's disgusting. It's so gross. In-N-Out's probably the worst burger place ever. Everybody knows that. A lot of people actually don't like their fries because they're like so real.
In Minnesota, not only for recreation, but also as a source to bring home food. But as more science comes out, there are more worries about what's in our freshwater fish. Joseph Dames checks in on what that means for our local lakes.
Dropping the line into the water.
Some days you can't keep them off the hook.
What comes back may be dinner. But recent research from the Environment Research Journal suggests that eating one freshwater fish may contain enough of a chemical called
PFAS, PFAS, stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
that which is the equivalent of drinking a month's worth of water contaminated with toxic chemicals. Jeff Mueller
I like to catch them fresh and clean them and usually eat them.
has been fishing in Minnesota since the 60s, well before PFAS chemicals were a concern. Of course, enjoying a fish here or there as most of us do. How much does he eat? Is he concerned of emerging dangerous chemicals?
I haven't been that concerned. You know, I keep track of what the experts say you should consume.
These chemicals are manufactured chemicals. They're really ubiquitous in commerce because they're really useful. They make things waterproof. They make things oil-proof. And so they're just really present.
Potentially causing harm to your health, but it's not everywhere.
There's definitely some waters in the state that have limited advice, and you can eat a lot of panfish and other species, but unfortunately there are a number of waters that we have to put some limits on that to protect your health.
Angela Primesberger, fish consumption advisory scientist for the Minnesota Department of Health, says this is an unfortunate fact of these chemicals and suggests following the advice by the health department to avoid the harm.
One person, check the fish consumption guidance webpage and take a look at that. You can even access it from your phone before you go to your favorite fishing spot.
And Jeff's favorite fishing spot is wherever he's getting a bite.
Actually, a lot of times I just come out to fish. I like catching them and then releasing them.
On Medicine Lake, Joseph Dames, WCCO 4 News.
The health department says that each fish species and lake is different as far as how much fish consumption is concerned. Some may be unrestricted, where others may be one meal a week or even month. You can find a link to the PFAS blueprint and fish consumption guideline at our website, WCCO.com. We saw that guy.
I think it's safe to say you probably stay away from the once a month fish. There ain't no point in eating that, is there? I mean, it sounds pretty toxic. And I remember when I was getting all that Mexican water, that Topo Chico, I did some research and found that it was actually the highest for PFAs in mineral water. Makes sense, though. Let's go.
This is about the citizens who live in this county. And these four, I don't know, maybe from North Korea, I don't know anybody, but otherwise I know personally people who live in this county from these three countries for sure. And they're scared. And they're scared. And some of those people are not, they lived here so many years, but they are not citizens of the United States, and they're citizens of their country for various reasons. And they are scared. And already some of these investors, real estate investors and all, I just heard somebody talking about they're looking to pull out of here. And, you know, this is going to have financial impact. This is going to have other, I mean, you know, our citizens coming from this countries are scared. And so I believe this is a unnecessary problem you're creating, and I understand all for the sake of security, national security, safety. I'm not against any of that stuff, but this is actually scaring people, and you know we wanted to stand by. And also I believe it is injustice and targeting certain people, which is we are not going to support, and we are going to express our disagreement.
We're not going to support it.
As a country that sets its precedent on being united, how much does this divide us?
It is going to divide. It's going to dividing is one thing, and it is going to scare people. And
there's not that many of them.
I believe in
human dignity.
Yeah, I believe in human dignity, and I don't want people scared to live here. And we are a free nation. and that's why we are living here. And I don't know what is going on many things in other countries, but this is the United States, and we live here because I am an immigrant, and I adopted this country because we are special here. So we wanted to keep it that way.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, it just simply
you can capitalize off our country. That's why you adopted
our
it,
disagreement
right?
with this,
Isn't that it?
and then we will see where it's going to go.
And now, if you can't capitalize off of it anymore, you're gonna pitch a fit. What you have to do is become a citizen. Why can't they just become citizens? And then buy a house. I'm a citizen, I still haven't had a house. You know what I mean? We got plenty of citizens who can't get houses.
One disposable black glove, receipts from Walmart and Marshall's, dust container from a vacuum, 12 possible hairs, one Fire TV stick, one possible animal hair strand, one computer tower, one item with dark red spot, 2 cuttings of an uncased pillow with reddish brownish stain, and mattress covers as well. Curious, interesting, but telling. There's got to be more to it, and the person who knows that is Casey Jordan. She's a criminologist, an investigative profiler, and a behavioral analyst. Casey, you saw the list.
Sure.
You know the other details in this story. What do you make of that list and what they actually might have gotten out of those items?
Well, I think we're all waiting with bated breath to find out the results of the forensic testing. Those reddish brown spots have got to be blood, and we want to know whose DNA is associated with that blood. I mean, if it is any of the victims, this is really bad for Brian Kohberger. But even if it's just his own blood, the question is, why is he bleeding on a mattress cover or a pillowcase? Oh, could he have cut himself? But of all the things on that list, I'm going to argue that the hairs are the most important, and that possible single animal hair, if that traces back to Kaylee's dog, nail in the coffin, I think, in terms of what Brian Kohberger comes.
That's what I thought. That is what I thought. And then I started to try to think about what a defense attorney would do with it. They all go to the same places, like the Mad Greek restaurant. Okay. And I know that my dog Atlas sometimes has some sheddings that are on my clothes, and I might have sat at the Mad Greek restaurant, and the person who sat down after me might have had that transferred. I mean, you know how it works, right? There's the possible, then there's the plausible. But that would be one of those that somebody would raise in court and say, well, he's been to the same places that they have, and they might have transferred that to any number of places around Pullman and Moscow.
And of course, that is what his defense attorney would do if it goes to trial, which I truly don't think it will. It depends. The point is it reasonable to a juror to think that an animal hair from the victim, Kaylee's dog, went to the pizza parlor with her, ended up on him and back at his place, and by the way, he is accused of killing this woman. I mean, you just have to put yourself in the shoes of a reasonable person. But I mean, between that, the vacuum bag contents, this is going to be critical because it could have skin fiber. I mean, the triangulation is happening. The dotted lines, especially with your terrific guest from the People Magazine reporter, who's talking about those contacts, those DMs through Instagram. I mean, all of this just keeps tracing, and those dotted lines get more and more solid with each piece of evidence. I'm curious also about those receipts from Walmart and from Marshall's.
Yes.
What was it for? Any black kind of ninja outfit gear? Was the Dickies tag from a balaclava, a mask that would have covered his face? I mean, I think that there's going to be some bombshells when we get more details. And we know they're doing all the holdbacks in case this goes to trial. But I think that the things that they got from that apartment are definitely going to start coloring in, if you will, the outline that is being drawn every single day. I mean, it just keeps mounting this evidence. And if Brian Kohberger had this idea that he was going to blame a third party, and go, oh, you know, have you arrested anyone else for this case? And of course, we know his defense attorney wanted in her discovery to know everything about a co-defendant. It looks as if he had tried to set something up so he could blame someone else for framing him. But the more evidence that they mount, the less tangible that defense is ever going to be.
I'm with you on the why would you keep, you know, something with blood on it in your apartment, even if it is you bleeding. Again, this is several weeks after the actual crime itself. I think these things were seized on the 30th. Yeah. Right. So it's about 6 weeks after the crime. Very strange that there would still be blood on anything anywhere around a criminologist's apartment if he's guilty. But then that vacuum. I was also thinking about the vacuum and where that vacuum had been. And I think there's reporting as well that his car in Pullman had been cleaned. And it certainly had been cleaned in Pennsylvania. But I would be fascinated to know what's in that. But what about the Fire stick, the Fire TV stick? I know about computer towers and I know about searches. I'm going to talk about the searches in the Anna Walsh case in a moment. But what do you make of the Fire TV stick? Have you seen that happening lately in criminal cases?
No, I really haven't. And of all the things on the list, I think I discount that the most. I mean, I think that they can probably track what he is doing through the Fire Stick, you know, with his online, with his activity. You know, a lot of people use the Fire Stick not just to, they want to know what he's been watching on TV. But, you know, listen, Big Brother is everywhere. The Fire Stick could be storing all kinds of things about his searches while he's using it that could be interesting to them. But again, it's just, it keeps mounting. And, you know, we're going to see what happens. I really remember he left a month after the killings. He left in mid-December to go back home. Then they got to the apartment, you know, 2 weeks after that. I've interviewed serial killers, Ashley. They are totally pumped with adrenaline for the first few days after the killing. And then as that subsides, they're overtaken with a sense of confidence that they got away with it. And that's when they start relaxing. So when we think of all the stupid mistakes that Kohberger could have made, if indeed he's factually guilty, it doesn't surprise me that he got sloppy just before he headed home for Christmas.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your
A small plane that took off from JFK Airport crashed just outside New York City, killing 2 men on their way to Ohio. This is the latest incident involving planes that use the runways at that Queens airport in the past week or so. Reporter Steve Kush from our New York affiliate following this story. He joins us live. So, Steve, what do we know about what went wrong on board before the plane crashed?
You know, Kelly, that is exactly what the NTSB and FAA and the family of these victims all are trying to get to the bottom of tonight. What we can go off of right now are the weather reports and also what the pilot was able to radio in an emergency mayday call to traffic controllers shortly before the plane went down. As for the weather itself, officials out here say it was brutal. They were dealing with heavy rains and lightning in this area of Westchester County, White Plains, New York, where the plane was flying overhead. And then when the plane was up in the air, a couple thousand feet up, the pilot radioed in saying that they all of a sudden lost oil pressure. And anybody who's ever flown knows without oil pressure, the engine really isn't going to be able to run much longer, do you any good. And from that point, the plane has to simply try to glide its way down and find someplace safe to land. That is easier said than done, of course, Kelly. It takes a miracle in some instances to pull that off. And unfortunately, the pilot in this case just wasn't able to do it. The plane crashed in this forest you see behind me here in White Plains, New York. They have officers and investigators still here on the site. What I can tell you is that the bodies of the 2 people who died, they have been removed and flown back to their relatives in Cleveland, Ohio. They have been identified to us as Benjamin Chaffetz and Baruch Taub, both in their 40s. The real tough part now is going through the wreckage site, Kelly, kind of piecing this plane back together, trying to reach it first off, because it's really deep in these woods. There really isn't a good way to get to it. But they got to take the wreckage of this plane and then reassemble it to try to figure out what went wrong, what caused this engine failure that led to this absolute catastrophe. Kelly.
Yeah, we'll be waiting to hear. Reporter Steve Kush in New York, thank you for that.
Oh, shit. Makes me cry. Yeah. It's the way you're cutting them, right? The direction. Like, they don't spray the oil out if you cut them with the grain or some shit. That's not good. Doesn't bother me that much. That rain.
Unredacted records obtained by The Nation and The Intercept reveal new details about the possible origins of COVID. The documents show the great lengths that Dr. Anthony Fauci and the National Institutes of Health apparently went to rule out the lab leak theory. Let's bring in Fox News medical contributor Dr. Mark Siegel. So The Intercept obtained unredacted email exchanges that involved Dr. Fauci and Dr. Francis Collins, the head of the NIH. Here's what The Intercept said in part, quote, the documents showed that in the early days of the pandemic, Fauci and Collins took part in a series of email exchanges and telephone calls in which several leading virologists expressed concern that SARS-CoV-2 looked potentially, quote, engineered. The participants also contemplated the possibility that laboratory activities had inadvertently led to the creation and release of the virus. The conversations apparently, Doc, conveyed an anxious urgency. What more do we know about it?
I taste like onion.
You know, John, this is actually a surprise to me. Now, Jimmy Tobias, who wrote about this for The Nation, that's an ultra-left publication, so you can see that it's starting to raise eyebrows on both sides of the aisle. That's number one. Number two, I'm surprised about that email that I saw there from Fauci, who says basically, what is this furine cleavage site doing here? And that cleavage site is what Dr. Robert Redfield has raised all the questions about. In other words, it allows the virus to attach more easily to human cells, and it is not usually found in a bat coronavirus. What's it doing there? What are some of the other sequences around doing there? And there was a big stir over this, apparently internally. And Christian Anderson from Scripps in L.A. was involved in this. Now, I've interviewed him as well on this, and he said that over time, looking at different versions and seeing the fully published version of the virus, he was pretty sure that it came from nature. But here's the point. A narrative emerged from NIH, and that narrative was this came from nature. I have interviewed Fauci multiple times from this. I'm convinced he thinks it came from nature, but the problem is that the other possibility was never given full air to breathe. And as time has gone on, John, as you know, they haven't found an intermediate creature, which is where it would go from a bat coronavirus. Doesn't just go from a bat coronavirus to man, and they've never answered the question about that furine cleavage site. One more point. Redfield says, how did this virus suddenly spread asymptomatically to millions and millions of humans overnight? And Peter Polisi at Mount Sinai, who's probably the world's best expert at this, he paused when I asked him that. He says, it doesn't do that. So, yeah, wet market involved, but lab looks pretty suspicious right now.
Dude, I just want to stop this for a second because I just remembered something. I was reading a friend's message. And it was from 2019. And wait, I got really sick. Was it right here? April. Listen to this, y'all. And this is wild. April 4th, 2019. Oh, wait. I don't know how long they've been sick. Because I asked them, have you recovered? No, man, I'm in trouble. I have severe lung infection. The second I'm cleared, I'm coming over. He was going to come visit. And then I was like, dang, are you at the hospital? He's like, no, I went. I was directed to a specialist because at first it just seemed like the flu. Then I was told that I can't smoke and that my immune system is too weak to fight it off myself. So I guess just edibles and THCT. I'm being funny, but I'm fucking scared, dude. It's been a month and I can't do anything. I do mean anything. Luckily, I have a desk job, so at least I can work. But the shop sawdust is fucking me up. It's like, I wonder if he had COVID back then. Like, if it was in our country that far back, dude. But it just took a while for it to spread, but that wouldn't be the case, would it? We don't really know when it got here, is the thing, right? There's no telling when it got here. It's just when they finally figured out that it was something, that's when we were like, oh, there's something here. How long had it been here by the time we knew it was something?
Some scientists were actively entertaining the idea that if it didn't come from a lab, if it wasn't engineered, maybe it did emerge from a lab somehow through animal experiments, something called serial passage, which is a type of gain-of-function research. Some scientists thought that they'd found the answer when they noticed that pangolins, these weird-looking creatures that kind of look a little like armadillos with dragon armor on them, were showing up with SARS-CoV-2, but it didn't include that furine cleavage site that you just talked about. But there did seem to be an effort here, an all-out effort to disprove the lab leak theory. Instead of, as science normally does, saying, well, here's a possibility on this hand, and here's a possibility on this hand, and we don't really know which one is true, it was kind of like, well, this one is worrisome enough, but this one's really scary, so let's get rid of it before it gains any traction. Why would they do that?
Well, I can tell you why. Because they are committed to what's called an international consortium of scientists. And the law, Obama was trying to actually push back on gain-of-function research and really was worried about it. But under the current law, for enhanced potential pandemic pathogens, as long as it's under strict supervision, you can do it. The problem is, how much of a strict supervision do we have in the Netherlands? How much do we have in China? And by the way, how much do we even have in North Carolina where this work is going on? So I don't think the NIH really wants to admit that the genie got out of the bottle, whether it caused this pandemic or not, because it's going on around the world. You could be a scientist, John, in China, but the Chinese Communist Party is looking over your shoulder there.
Yeah, and certainly suppressing anything that you're doing in terms of sharing information of what's really going on. Speaking to what's really going on, are we, Doc, ever going to really know where this thing came from?
We should have had boots on the ground in China at the beginning. I think even boots on the ground now would help. I think we need what you just called for today, open disclosure. We might be able to figure this out if scientists admit it, what was going on. You know, we should have a look inside these labs. We should know what's going on. And one more thing, a major study came out of Japan and the UK in the summer and basically said, in the meantime, you know, we shouldn't be doing these experiments that probe and push viruses to see where they can go. We can figure out treatments and vaccines without that. I think a moratorium is called for while we figure this out, but we still can figure this out.
All right, let's hope we do. Doc, always good to catch up with you. Thank you.
Great to be on with you, John. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
Oh, big fish.
Republicans! Fuck you, Democrats! You want to tell me to leave? Fuck you, Democrats! Fuck you, Democrats! I got a fucking 18-year-old. I got a 6-year-old. I got a 5-year-old. Fuck you, Democrats! You fucking Democrats! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, Democrats! Fuck you!
How can you tell?
Fuck Democrats! Get out! Fuck you! Fuck you!
All right, later, dude. Democrats, Simon, get the fuck away from me, dudes. Dude, I'm feeding him so much more food, and he's still pestering the shit out of me. It's like now he wants even more. He's like, yeah, that's how I like it. How do you know? Hey, can I get that again? Can I get that plate again? Hey, I know you got another one in there. I'm still hungry. Go to sleep, cat. Please go to sleep, cat. Please go to sleep. Dude, this is inside of a cathedral in Poland. Give your tithings right there with the credit card. Oh, look, miniature eggplants. They're grapes. Yeah, I'm Bob. Bob and Hot. Bob and Hot. Just at the mailman.
everybody. So Lunar New Year celebrations will be starting here in San Diego, and we have these lovely ladies here to give us a preview of what we can expect this weekend. Good morning, Lily.
Good morning.
I'm so excited to talk about this because it's so special to be able to see your culture and to learn about it. So thank you for sharing this with us. It's very beautiful what we are expecting this weekend, right?
Yes, we're going to have a lot of folk dance, a lot of Chinese instruments, and we also have the North.
Hello, everybody. So Lunar New Year celebrations will be starting here in San Diego, and we have these lovely ladies here to give us a preview of what we can expect this weekend. Good morning, Lily.
Good morning.
I'm so excited to talk about this because it's so special to be able to see your culture and to learn about it. So thank you for sharing this with us. It's very beautiful what we are expecting this weekend, right?
Yes, we're going to have a lot of folk dance, a lot of Chinese instrument, and we also have the North San Diego ensemble, string ensemble on Sunday afternoon.
Nice.
And the government official will be there too to greet everybody. And last year we have over 7,000 attendants.
Wow. And then who are these ladies? What type of performances will they be doing?
Folk dance for the Chinese New Year celebration, and they will be on both days, Saturday and Sunday.
Very nice.
Performing.
And they're here right now to give us a little sneak peek, which we'll show in a minute, a few minutes, I should say. And so obviously for you, the culture, it's so important to be able to share in San Diego.
Yes.
Can we talk about that? I mean, to be able to see so many people gather together, all for the Lunar New Year in a city that's away from most people's home, right?
Yes. yes. And House of China established in 1935. So every single year we will have, we always have the New Year's celebration, and this year is no exception. And by the way, the dancers are from Fang Dance Academy, and they're amazing. And I wanted to just kind of share the director herself. She's a she used to be in China's TV station as well as a choreographer.
Which one's the director? Wave your hand. There you are.
Beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful.
So you were on Chinese television too, performing. Wow.
Oh, not performing. She's the director for the dance. For the
I see.
Yes.
Very nice.
And then we have the law student from SDSU. No, USD.
And USD Law School? That's no joke. That's
no joke. She'll be graduating this year.
Nice.
And then we also have Rachel. She's a doctor, and she has 3 clinics from one in Bay Area and one in Irvine and one in San Diego.
Wow. And so you're traveling all over the place too. Yes. Incredible. So brilliant minds, obviously beautiful, and you loved your culture. That's really sweet. Thank you for explaining that to us, because I think a lot of people don't realize the backgrounds that people have.
For the ensemble, we have 8 to 65 years old.
Amazing.
And, yes.
Oh, that's great. And obviously for the weekend, anyone's invited to come, right?
It's free.
It's free.
It's open to the public, and our mayor will be there to greet everybody, as well as the Congressman Scott Peters.
Okay, that's so great.
And then we have the city councilmen.
What does it mean to you to see so many people gathering?
Exciting and happy, and what I wanted to see is it's New Year. So for Chinese, as you and I both wearing red, and red is the color, and you'll see a lot of red everywhere. And it's a new day for new birth, and for you to have new hope for set the tune for the whole year, for joy, wealth, happiness, and health.
I love it.
Yeah.
And the year of the rabbit this year, right?
Yes.
What does that represent?
Okay, every 12 years we have 12 animal signs. So every 12 years we have different animal, and this year we just let go of Year of Tiger and welcoming Year of Rabbit. And for this, the girls are amazing. If you're born in the Year of Rabbit, they're very kind, very empathetic, and also they're very genuine. And if you have a friend, ask them when they were born. If just subtract 12 years.
See if it matches with their personality, right?
Usually, Very much so.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, and they're a great friend to have.
Oh, that's really cool.
Very loyal.
So all the babies that are born this year, special year. I have one coming in May, so year of the rabbit. I like this.
My granddaughter's coming.
Yay!
Yes.
Aw, that's amazing.
Next month.
That's exciting. Congratulations to you too. So okay, we want to let the ladies perform. Is there anything else you want to say as far as where and when and all of the information?
Balboa Park International Cottages, House of China, the lawn program. For 2 days celebration, we have 4 different times, from 11 to 12:30, from 2 to 3:30.
Okay.
For both days.
Both days.
So
Nice.
please come. We have lion dance. We have it's just a bunch of fun, and then we have great food, and then we have
Lion
great
dancing.
I
I'll
love
bring my
it.
cowboy
Okay.
boots.
you.
So now let's let the ladies take it
Oh.
away. Go for it.
What? Fuck. Dang it. I waited for that. Okay. Weird. I don't know. I forgot there was gonna be music. Is Facebook still up? Oh.
All right. Thank you very much. That was
I think I can
beautiful.
do
So
that.
please do not miss it. January 21st and 22nd.
Give me one of
the
those
Chinese New Year
handwritten
Festival
things.
at Balboa Park.
Green twirler. It's handwritten twirler, boy. Dude, look at the eagle scratching his neck. Little itchy. Itchy eagle. That sharp thing. Gotta be careful with that sharp thing, dude. Right? That ain't like our fingernail. He completed his programming, y'all. Now what? Man, my throat. My throat is bad right now. Hurt my tongue. I flared up fast.
Well, bring out your binoculars. A rare stellar object will soon soar across the sky. A green-hued comet is set to swing through Earth's neighborhood in the coming days. Its closest approach will be February 2nd. This is the first time we could see it in 50,000 years. So joining us now to discuss this rare and stunning experience is space communications expert Alexandra Dotton. Thank you for being here. This comet not expected to be visible again for 50,000 years. So how did scientists track it?
So it was actually just discovered in March of last year, and we know that the last time that it was visible from Earth was 50,000 years ago, because they can see the orbit just by how quickly it's moving already, and they can backtrack. And what's exciting is it's possible that it will be visible in another 50,000 years, but it's also possible that the gravity of our sun will throw off its orbit and it couldn't come back maybe ever, or perhaps in millions of years.
That is so interesting. So this may be a silly question, but why is this comet green?
Not a silly question at all. So this is a lump of dust and ice. So the comet itself isn't green. What's happening is the radiation, the heat from the sun, is interacting with molecules on its surface. And these particular molecules glow green when they interact with the sun.
Wow, incredible. So if people are interested in seeing it, what would you say is the best time? Are there any big do's and don'ts?
Absolutely. So I would say the most important thing would be, if you're in a city, get out, go somewhere dark. Even a really cheap pair of binoculars will make your viewing experience significantly better. Tomorrow night is exciting because it will be a new moon, so light from the moon won't be disturbing. So that would be a great time to look, but the brightness will peak between February 1st and 2nd. So I would say that would be the best time to look, and definitely let your eyes adjust to the darkness. Give it 20 to 30 minutes before you give up.
Interesting. So we think of a comet, you know, streaking across the sky. How long is this going to be visible for? I'm sure that'll vary location to location.
This comet is moving very quickly, so in total it will only be visible for a couple weeks, and to the naked eye even shorter. But if you set your phone or your camera on a long exposure, people are already getting some fantastic images of this stunning comet.
Wow. It's going to be so cool to see. So in terms of how big it's going to be, any expectations on that, Alexandra?
So it will actually look like a fuzzy star, but it should be as bright as a star as you would see in any other night. But it should have a little bit of a green hue. It'll look like a little fuzzy area in the sky, and perhaps a little bit brighter.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait to see it. Alexandra Dotton, thank you for breaking that down for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find news.
Wow, man. Like I said, it's like, wow. Oh, it hurt my head, dude. Cushion is no longer a cushion.
Maybe, just maybe, it's time for a change. Here with the full report, investigative reporter, Fox News contributor Sarah Carter. You know, it's just, this is like unnecessary preventable death, and we're not even lifting a finger to save these human lives.
Yeah, Sean, what I saw today on the streets of Philadelphia, what I saw is not only heartbreaking, it's terrifying. As we drove through the streets of Kensington and through the surrounding neighborhoods, this isn't just one block. This was block after block after block. You could see people shooting up methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, and the drug that you are talking about is xylazine. It is a tranquilizer that is used on animals. It is not meant to be used in humans. I want to tell you this, Sean, just so you could get a perspective here. 95% of the narcotics here in Philadelphia, according to law enforcement sources I have spoken to today, are coming from the Sinaloa cartel. This fentanyl is coming across the border. Those fentanyl precursor chemicals are coming from none other than China. They are coming to our streets, and they are literally paralyzing our communities. I spoke with with a drug user today. We're keeping her anonymous here on the show. She was on the streets. I sat with her under an awning as the rain was pouring on us, and she was telling me about her life and the horrors of living with this addiction. Take a listen to this.
You know, crocodile, have you heard about it? It's made it up here. And if you notice all the wounds out here, I mean, there's like, everybody's got wounds, amputees, more than I'm out here.
How long have you been living on the streets?
Right now, I've been spurts, but right now I've been about 5 years. I just lost my husband a year ago to an infection.
They've been putting a lot of this tranquilizer and this, what you guys call on the street, crocodile, into the drugs. Are you scared that you may not survive the next hit?
You know what's scary is when you kind of try and clean up or go to the hospital and then come back out, you're more likely to die. Like, you know what I mean? It's actually trying to get clean and then come in, like, trying to just maintain a little bit of a feel, you know what I mean? That's what's scary, is that, like, if you do come back, you're more likely to overdose 3 or 4 or 5 times. This out here, no, I wish I was more fearful, but no, I'm not.
A lot of times I hear stories and they say, you know, these are zombies, but you're people, right?
Yeah, we are people. We are. But we're also zombies. We're the Night of the Living Dead out here. It's terrible.
Sean, some of these children on the street are as young as 15. These are people. She described herself as a zombie, obviously because of the addiction. I got to tell you, what stunned me is that there were school buses in the area dropping kids off after school. There were parents. You could see that they were good parents, by all means, mothers walking with their children, trying to navigate them around the drug usage, around the drug dealers. And I thought to myself as a parent, you know, this is someone's child. This girl is on the street, but she is someone's child. These are Americans that are dying on the streets. And I talked to law enforcement officials that believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg. 80% of the drugs right now here in Philly are mixed with that xylazine tranquilizer. And they believe this is going to spread across the United States.
No, don't.
Sean?
Sarah, I mean, what a chilling report, sad report. I mean, these drugs basically are people committing suicide. They're killing themselves right before our very eyes, and our children are seeing that as well. A well-done report, but sad to see. People need to wake up. We can fix this.
Right. Law enforcement describes it as chemical warfare in some cases, and that's what we're seeing on our streets. It's
and
terrible.
if COVID wasn't bad enough, and that fentanyl is coming from China, when is somebody going to stand up to China? Obviously, it won't be Joe, because his family syndicate got a lot of money from China. I doubt he's going to be the one to take it on. Sarah, thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
What? Yo, look at this Rammstein show, dude. I've never seen anything like that at a show. Are those fireworks? Perfectly aimed? Alright. That's just one part of one song. Last time you doing it. Brody was here. Dude, that's amazing. That's how you make a lace by hand. Oh, self-leveling pool table on cruise ship. Yeah, that was a thing. Hey, later, lady. There's Outlaw Reform Ministries. All my viewing, entertainment, and pleasure. Outlaw Reform Ministries. Where are you? Outlaw Reform Ministries. Oh, where are you? This is a double.
Giving each other tinfoil so they can do their meth. They're doing their meth right on the street corners. We're gonna walk down a couple streets and then we're gonna take you over there. But we're gonna get through a couple streets here, over there. But we're gonna get through a couple streets here, give you an idea of what, and this isn't even the bad part yet. We're not even in the bad part. Go ahead. So we're gonna do this, we turn this around. Hopefully it doesn't keep messing up like that. Let me see if I can move this. Maybe that'll help.
Ah!
See if that fixes it. Yeah, I brought my gimbal. I never use it because these gimbals are such a problem, but we weren't going to go live, and I figured, you know what, we better have something for when we do go live, so I just brought this with me. So you're going to see the liberal utopia. This is what Democrat policies do. guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for sharing, liking, subscribing. Welcome to San Francisco. We're gonna go. Yeah, the place we walked by about 10 minutes ago, literally got some great video that I'll be uploading later. Video of people pulling out drugs, selling them on the street, people smoking glass pipes right there on the sidewalk. It's unfortunate. It's been going on in San Francisco for years. This is nothing new. Oh, they're smoking crank right here. Look at it right there. He's chasing the dragon, guys.
Yo, what the fuck? Nope. So much nope. I don't know what he's doing with that. You're not dude. Anyway, I gotta go.